Right, you can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SOUND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by JTV.com.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump took questions today about the war in Iran. CBS's Linda Kenyon has the latest from the White House.
The president was asked about sending U.S. troops.
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you. But I'm not putting troops.
Trump was speaking in the Oval Office as he met with Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi. He praised Japan's first ever female prime minister, saying he's received assurances of support in the U.S.-led war against Iran.
They are really stepping up to the plate.
Unlike NATO, he said, the president did not specify how Japan is stepping up to the plate. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Oil prices surged today after Iran retaliated for an Israeli strike on its gas field by hitting a number of oil and gas targets in the Gulf. Joint Chiefs Chairman General Dan Kane.
We're working with our partners across the Gulf region to help them improve any defensive capabilities that they may need.
The Pentagon is requesting $200 billion in additional funding for the war with Iran. CBS's Eleanor Watson has that.
Secretary Hegseth said that number could move, but he wants to ensure that they are funded for what has already been done, and he specifically mentioned refilling the munitions that have been used and funded for what they may have to do in the future.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
What Donald Trump promised as candidate Trump is that he was not going to get America into a reckless war of choice in the Middle East. But as President Trump, that's exactly what he's done.
A Senate committee has voted to move forward the nomination of Markwayne Mullin to be Homeland Security Secretary.
In this vote, the yeas are 8, the nays are 7, and the motion to report the nominee is agreed to.
A new survey finds nearly 1/3 of Americans don't know when or if they can retire. Correspondent Michael Wallace reports.
2/3 of Gen Xers are concerned their retirement savings won't last long enough. They are the first generation that will have to fully fund their retirement from their own savings. Most of them don't have the pensions their parents collected. 72% of those surveyed expect to retire on their own terms, but the reality is most people retire before they plan to because of a layoff, health issues, or caregiving responsibilities.
Blood banks are facing a severe shortage of O-negative blood, the safest blood to give when the patient's blood type is unknown. Dr. David Leon at UC Davis says this winter's big storms and illnesses have kept many donors away.
We are still at high risk of easily getting into a critical shortage, say if there's a large event.
On Wall Street, stocks are lower today because of surging oil prices. The Dow Jones Industrial's off nearly 400 points. This is CBS News. An AI-rendered star will posthumously appear in a new film. Correspondent Jennifer Kuiper has that.
Before his death last April at age 65, Val Kilmer appeared in movies including Tombstone, The Doors, and Top Gun.
You can be my wingman anytime.
Now, First Line Films says a generative AI version of Val Kilmer will co-star in a film called As Deep as the Grave. The producers say that before his death, Kilmer signed on to perform in the movie but was unable to do so due to his health. They say his estate has given permission for his digital replication and is being compensated for it. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Higher gas prices stemming from the Iran war could effectively wipe out the fatter tax refunds many Americans expected to collect this year. Economists at Stanford Institute for Economic Policy Research estimate the average American will spend an additional $740 on gas this year because of the jump in oil prices. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
When you want the top Connecticut headlines when you wake up, you know to come to one place. That's Melissa in the Morning. Live interviews with local leaders and breaking news. You've got it on Melissa in the Morning. Plus, traffic and weather every 10 minutes. Melissa in the Morning is everything you need on your ride into work. Melissa Sheketoff, every weekday from 5 to 10 on Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
If you get injured in an accident, it can feel like you're out there all by yourself. Insurance companies send an army of lawyers after you to lowball your claim, deny coverage, and force you to settle. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We're on your side, and we'll get you what you're entitled to. We don't get paid until you do. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny sky this afternoon with a high in the low 40s. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight near 30. Friday sunny and milder with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
WICC 600 and 95.9, Voice of Connecticut local news update.
Hundreds of people were on hand for a hearing on expanding early parole. Lawmakers are considering a proposal that would allow earlier parole for people who committed crimes under the age of 26. The state eliminated life sentences without parole for people 17 or younger in 2015. In 2023, lawmakers raised the age gap to 21. Proponents also brought up findings in the neuroscience field showing the brain does not fully develop until the age of 25. 3 bills impacting children were passed in the legislature this week. The first bill would require homeschool families to show proof they are providing, quote, equivalent instruction to their children. But Fairfield Democratic State Representative Jennifer Leeper clarified that they're not trying to tell homeschool parents what to teach.
We're not even saying we're approving your curriculum or we're analyzing what your child's doing. We are just asking, you have to show us that you are, in fact, doing something.
A push to pass the homeschool bill was made after 2 cases of child abuse were discovered by parents who allegedly homeschooled their children. The other 2 bills were passed by the Public Health Committee regarding vaccines. They would give the Public Health Commission more freedom to purchase vaccines, even though they are no longer recommended by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Department of Public Health Commissioner Dr. Manisha Juthani spoke about the changes.
What we have added to this particular bill is to also be informed by the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology, since pregnant populations are slightly different, and we need to think about that, and any other medical societies, so established medical groups who are evaluating this information.
The Energy and Technology Committee has advanced legislation that could alter the current proposed sale of the Aquarian Water Company to the Regional Water Authority. The Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, commonly known as PURA, currently has oversight of Aquarion, which has jurisdiction over investor-owned utilities, although the proposed sale would remove that oversight. Greenwich State Senator Ryan Fazio, who is also a declared Republican candidate for governor, called for support to get this new legislation, which would retain PURA oversight, passed quickly.
The governor and the leadership of the legislature need to intervene to expedite the passage of this bill. It has broad bipartisan support, and even more people behind closed doors than publicly admit that we need this oversight and that this deal is potentially very bad for utility customers in Western Connecticut.
Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have spoken out against the sale. Attorney General William Tong recently warned about the massive increases that customers could face if the deal goes through.
That'll raise rates by almost $6 billion and will double rates in less than 9 years. This is not in the public interest.
PURA is set to make a ruling on the sale by March 25th. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
Back to the download. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Johns Hopkins Health Minute. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy. Put together a shelf-stable particle with a polyester shell, a homing mechanism, and mRNA instructions, and what do you have? A new technology that may be able to train your own T cells inside your body to combat some types of cancer and autoimmune disease. Johns Hopkins biomedical engineering expert Jordan Green and colleagues have shown that such an approach works in the lab.
mRNA is in all of our cells. Our life depends on our mRNA. This is just giving an additional instruction for a short period of time to the right kind of cells. What we found is with certain types of targeting agents, we could not only give the instruction to those cells, but we could also activate them and alert them to how to function. The targeting ligand both stimulates the cells and then helps deliver the instructions. The targeting ligand is like a key on the outside of the particle. It goes through the body, bumping into all the different cells until it finds its lock that the key fits right in, and then it'll enter that cell.
At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy.
WICC is live and local in the afternoons. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Weekdays from 2 to 6.
Coming up, that controversial homeschooling bill passes a key committee vote. We'll talk about what's next. There could be changes coming to some Connecticut state-level parole laws. And John McKinney stops by at 5:15 to give us his thoughts on the big stories of the week.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Every weekday starting at 2 on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Metal Supermarket's not where you buy your eggs, but where you buy all the metal you need. The world's largest small quantity metal supplier with over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades is now in Danbury and Bridgeport. Fabricators, construction crews, manufacturers, auto shops, and hobbyists find the metal you need cut to size and ready fast with no minimum order. Or browse our drops and remnants. Fill your cart at Metal Supermarkets in Bridgeport at 1085 Connecticut Avenue or Danbury at 4 Lee Mack Avenue.
Fairfield County, you're invited to come and enjoy the R.D. Cinto Free Community Shakespeare Event Series at R.D. Cinto in Shelton. Nights with Shakespeare features a dramatic weekly play reading of Macbeth with actor Leo Schaff. Nights with Shakespeare is free and open to the public. It's every Tuesday at 6:30, now through May 5th at the Cinto Auditorium at 3 Corporate Drive in Shelton. Learn more and attend. Go to nightswithshakespeare.com for more information. That's nightswithshakespeare.com.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
WICC. This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Pentagon is requesting $200 billion in additional funding to fight the war in Iran. President Trump moments ago.
We're in very good shape, but we want to be in the best shape we've ever been in.
Intelligence officials were back on Capitol Hill today with Democrats demanding to know what led to the war in Iran. Congressman Jim Himes.
Not one of your agencies has produced a single report saying that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States.
Mark Wayne Mullen is a step closer to becoming the Homeland Security Secretary, as Nicole Killian reports.
Senator Mullen has passed out of that Senate committee, advancing his nomination, which means it should head to the Senate floor potentially next week.
The markets are down today because of surging oil prices after an attack by Iran on Gulf energy infrastructure. The Dow Jones Industrial's down 339 points. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
With everything that's happening around Connecticut, we know you have more to say than ever before. That's why our phone lines are always open at 203-333-WICC. Talk to your local leaders directly or tell us what's happening in your neighborhood. 203-333-WICC. From Melissa in the Morning to the Lisa Wexler Show to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. It's always 203-333-WICC. And have your voice on the voice of Connecticut.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to SONOcollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A sunny sky this afternoon with a high in the low 40s. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight near 30. Friday sunny and milder with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler. Women's Health Matters, brought to you by New Vance Northwell. Now on the Lisa Wexler Show, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Our thanks to New Vance Northwell, because we are focusing once a month on women's health with wonderful experts in the area of women's health. If you've got a question or a comment, 203-333-9422. You can call me at 203-333-9422. Joining us now is Sydney Page, who is an expert in the area of osteoporosis. She's a physician's assistant in the rheumatology department at New Vance with expertise in treating arthritis, psoriasis, rheumatoid arthritis, and many other conditions. She has previous experience in Connecticut Family Orthopedics, and she's a member of various professional associations. Hello, Sydney Page. Welcome to the Lisa Wexler Show today. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Very, very well. Very well. So tell us a little bit, osteoporosis and women. What are the most recent recommendations for women whose who have either gone through menopause or are still going through menopause to keep their bones healthy as they age? What are we supposed to do?
So basically, most of the time we recommend that women get a baseline bone density at or around menopause. Obviously, with treating patients with rheumatoid arthritis and other inflammatory arthritis, they actually give you or cause an increased risk for you to develop osteoporosis. So we tend to do it sometimes a little earlier, especially if they've been on prednisone. But for the general population, it's getting a bone density screening on or about menopause within that first year. And then subsequently, we recommend that you get it every 2 years based on, what they find. There are obviously things, if you had your baseline at 50 and it's normal, then we recommend you continue calcium and vitamin D, and the recommendation is about 1,200 milligrams of calcium a day and 1,000 international units of vitamin D. Active lifestyle. Minimize smoking. If you're a smoker, stop smoking. Decrease alcohol intake. The recommendation is, less is best because all those things do affect the bone quality. And just continue to try to live a very healthy life. That should help in try to, preserve the bones. But obviously, if you have a, family history or other things that might accelerate the risk of you losing bone.
Why? Is there measurable evidence, Sydney Page, about taking supplements like calcium and vitamin D, or are they mostly excreted through your urine anyway? I never really know if we have science-based evidence to show that taking those supplements actually helps us. Does it?
So the actual recommendation is to get these things through your diet. Calcium in a calcium-rich diet, dairy, cheese, green leafy vegetables, that's where you really want to get the majority of your calcium. And yes, it is absorbed, it's used. We need calcium for brain function, for muscle function. And if you do not take in enough, your body will go to its calcium stores, which are the bones.
Okay.
And so you really want to keep that intake up so you don't go to the stores. Calcium supplements, obviously, if you can't get it through, we have patients who are lactose intolerant and, can't get the best source of calcium through their diet. So, yes, calcium supplements are a way to supplement that deficiency. And vitamin D, same thing, though. Vitamin D, really the biggest majority of it comes through outdoor sun exposure.
Yeah, but most people don't
get
get
in the Northeast, right? In the Northeast here, we don't get enough, so we absolutely recommend 1,000 to 2,000 international units per day. And that has to be gotten out of the supplements.
It's so interesting about vitamin D because even when we are outside, I'm wearing so much sunblock to protect my skin that I'm really not getting the vitamin D anyway.
Correct. And so, they've done studies with patients that live in Florida and things like that. And because patients in Florida are so in tune to protecting their skin from sun exposure that, they glob on the sunscreen appropriately. But that cuts down the absorption. So I tell patients, and don't tell the dermatologist, go outside for 5 to 10 minutes and then put your sunscreen on.
Right. Just get a little bit of vitamin D in there.
Get a little bit of vitamin D. Yeah.
Sydney Page is a physician's assistant in the rheumatology department at New Vance. So can you explain to us what's the difference between arthritis and rheumatoid arthritis?
So when the general population talks about arthritis, they mean osteoarthritis, which is the wear and tear, the cartilage wears down. I got a bad knee, my shoulder, the painter with the bad shoulder, hands, knobby changes. Whereas rheumatoid, that's a wear and tear kind of arthritis, a mechanical breakdown of the cartilage at the joint. Rheumatoid arthritis is an inflammatory, immune-driven arthritis. Your immune system works very well. It's just misdirected, and it's misdirected at the synovial lining of the joints, and it causes an inflammatory arthritis where you have more joint swelling. potentially can lead to damage and erosions at the joint. So we treat it differently. A lot of the medications are directed at modulating or suppressing the immune system to calm down the rheumatoid arthritis. So one's an inflammatory arthritis, one is more of a degenerative wear and tear as you get older arthritis.
And with respect to the degenerative one, is that Sydney Page? Is that a inevitable consequence of aging? In other words, will everybody develop some arthritis in their joints and their bones as we get older, or is it not inevitable?
I guess if you take all comers, either it's the base of the thumb or the knee, there are genetic propensities to it. So obviously the one that jumps in my head is if your mother had osteoarthritis of the hands, there is scientific, and they've studied this, the daughter especially, will have a higher risk of developing osteoarthritis of the hands. If you take, everybody who makes it to 90, there's definitely some wearing of the cartilage in some joints. So, that's what the greater majority will have. There are things that obviously staying healthy, staying toned, that allows the joints to properly move so you don't wear things out. You don't abuse them, managing your weight. Joints like the knee and the hip are very much affected by maintaining proper weight, because those are weight-bearing joints, so that you tend to wear them out if you carry extra pounds. But that doesn't mean anything, especially in regards to, say, arthritis or osteoarthritis of the hands. Whether you're skinny,
right? My
it
grandma
doesn't
had
matter.
very gnarled hands. My grandma.
Yeah,
Helen,
and so the likelihood is you will too. And we ask that when we.
Yeah,
see,
but if I live
patients.
to 106, maybe that's the cost. That's what she lived to.
Yeah. I tell them you're not going to be a hand model anymore. So.
Right.
You got to take, so that's, So, if you take all comers, there are going to be some evidence of wearing. But there are things you can do, like I said, keeping the muscles toned, working out, staying active, watching your weight, things like that.
We're chatting with Sydney Page about arthritis and bone health. What are the recommendations if you do get a diagnosis of osteoporosis, if you've had your bone scan? Are they still telling people to take those injections? What was that called? Bonaire or something like that? Is that you know which one I'm talking about, right?
So usually, depending on age of the patient, other factors, we have excellent. When I started in rheumatology 25 years ago, we didn't have the medications we had, Fosamax, which is the bisphosphonate. Yeah,
right.
That's the one that you take once a week. These drugs have revolutionized the management of osteoporosis. We have great options. So the recommendation is still for the bisphosphonates. That's Fosamax, that's Alendronate, that's Reclass, which is an IV once-a-year formulation.
Wow.
So these drugs work really well. And yes, so those are the first-line treatments. And then we have medications like denosumab, which is Prolia, which is an injection every 6 months. We also have bone-building medications. So the first two I mentioned, they preserve the bone you have and strengthen it. And then we have actual medication that builds backbone. And so depending on your age or other factors, we may recommend them, especially if you have significant bone loss. We want to build you back and then preserve the bone that we build back to prevent, you losing it again. So we have lots of great options in regards to managing osteoporosis. It's a shame if we still see people having repeated fractures and not being placed on some sort of medication.
Yeah, wow. And in terms of women, does osteoporosis affect women as a whole more than men? Do women?
Yes. So we get concerned with, women on or about menopause because there's a significant drop within that first 10 to 15 years after menopause. That's when we tend to see the biggest drop. Men, we don't typically worry about until, 70, 75, when their testosterone level really starts to drop off. And, that's when we that's when the recommendation is to get bone density in men. Again, because we treat rheumatoid arthritis, psoriatic arthritis, we give people prednisone. So there are other factors that may make you more susceptible to osteoporosis in men earlier. So then we screen, we get the bone density a little earlier and screen for bone loss. But yes, women are overwhelmingly more affected by osteoporosis or bone loss than men.
We're chatting with Sydney Page. If you've got a question or concern about rheumatoid arthritis, regular arthritis, osteoporosis, osteopenia, 203-333-9422 is our number. Because I was thinking about it. My mother, years and years ago, because she's 91 now, but in her 50s or her 60s, she was just standing in the garage. Her ankle turned and shattered. Like she didn't trip on anything. It just shattered.
Yes.
And so she still has all these pins in it from then. And,
yes.
And it just, that happens, I guess, sometimes.
And that's, that's what, we try to, make patients aware. You don't have to fall. When you have the diagnosis of osteoporosis, you have a 50% chance of having a fragility fracture. A fragility fracture is someone who, breaks without trauma. So she's standing in the garage, she twists her ankle, and it shatters. These are the patients that, when they go to the orthopedist and have that ankle pinned, we want to see them in the office. These are the patients that need to be referred to us to be, appropriately managed so we prevent further fractures. Because once you've had one, the likelihood of you having another, or a vertebral fracture, a back fracture, doubles. I mean, it increases that risk of going on to have further fractures. So once you've had one, you need to, we try to reach out to the orthopedist in town. Hey, you're pinning this woman's hip. She fell in her kitchen, or she broke her wrist, lifting something. We want to see those patients in the office because those are the ones that we need to get on medication so, we can prevent this. Mortality and morbidity skyrockets after a fracture. So you have someone who's living a full life, who's active, now has a hip fracture. It changes their life. They become immobilized. They have fear. They don't exercise. They're at risk for blood clot. Everything that follows a hip fracture.
Sydney, I've got a comment from a listener.
Yes.
I went through menopause very early, but the standard medical recommendation for, she calls it DEXA, is 65.
Yes, that's what it's called.
So I didn't get tested until way too late, and I already have -4 severe osteoporosis.
Ooh. Yes.
So
yes.
That's not good.
Yeah, and
most
again,
women are not getting. Most women are way past menopause by the age of 65.
Right. And so here's what happened. I mean, she went through menopause early. That should be a trigger from the gynecologist to say, okay, you went through menopause at 45, or you went through menopause at 40 and didn't go on hormone replacement. We need to check your bone density, because by time they talk to their friends 10 years later, or they're sitting around lunch and a friend had their bone density, and they say, oh, I never had mine, and they get it, this is 10 years of, where we could have,
And Sydney, I've only got a minute to wrap up, but you just touched on it. We need to take estrogen if we can, because that rebuilds bone, or keeps our bones elastic, right?
Yes. So yes, there, the recommendation, obviously, you would have to talk to your gynecologist, because there's some risk associated with taking hormones, but you're having postmenopausal symptoms, hot flashes, weight gain. Transitioning into menopause, yes, taking estrogen will help the bones. We don't typically prescribe estrogen for osteoporosis or for the bones. It's kind of like it's an extra plus in managing your other symptoms that, yes, it will protect your bones a little longer.
Thank you. Thank you, Sydney Page. Thank you so much for coming on at New Vance Health. We've been talking osteoporosis, rheumatoid arthritis.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny sky this afternoon with a high in the low 40s. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight near 30. Friday, sunny and milder with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's March 19th. Celebrating a birthday today, we wish the very best to actor Bruce Willis.
Die Hard is not a Christmas movie. It's a Bruce Willis movie.
Also, birthday wishes to Greenwich's Academy Award-winning actress Glenn Close.
I'm gonna tell you it's gonna stop right now.
No, it's not gonna stop. It's gonna go on and on until you face up to your responsibility.
I'm not gonna be ignored.
In 1986, the average price for a gallon of gas in Derby was 93 cents. March 19th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. A senior administration official says the Pentagon is seeking $200 billion in additional funds for the Iran war. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
We're going back to Congress and our folks there to ensure that we're properly funded for what's been done, for what we may have to do in the future, ensure that our ammunition everything's refilled.
President Trump again defends the U.S.-led war against Iran, saying he had to do it. CBS's Linda Kenyon with that.
The president says he had no choice.
Iran is a serious threat to the world, to the Middle East and to the world. And everybody agrees with me.
Speaking in the Oval Office during a visit with Japan's prime minister, Trump acknowledged oil prices have gone up in response to the war.
I thought it would be worse. Much worse, actually. I thought there was a chance it could be much worse. It's not bad, and it's going to be over with pretty soon.
How soon?
Oh, you could end this thing in 2 seconds if you wanted to.
But he said, we are being very judicious. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
A U.S. Central Command spokesperson says they're aware of reports that a U.S. F-35 aircraft conducted an emergency landing at a regional U.S. air base after flying a combat mission over Iran. They say the aircraft landed safely, the pilot is stable, and the incident is under investigation. A Senate committee advances Republican Senator Markwayne Mullins' nomination for Department of Homeland Security Secretary, replacing Kristi Noem. CBS's Torian Small on Capitol Hill.
Rand Paul ultimately was the lone Republican on this panel to vote no. We also then saw Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, a Democrat, vote in favor. Again, this was telegraphed. Fetterman saying a while ago that he would be supporting Mullen.
A vote in the full Senate could take place as soon as next week. A federal judge denies the asylum claim for the family of Liam Ramos, the 5-year-old Minnesota boy, who along with his father was arrested by ICE in January. CBS's Michael Wallace.
The judge ordered the Ramoses be deported back to Ecuador, but they can stay in the U.S. while their appeal is pending. Liam and his father were returned to Minneapolis last month after being held at an immigration detention center in Texas for several weeks. Liam's school in Columbia Heights calls the judge's decision heartbreaking.
Details on a new contract agreement between the WNBA and its players union.
Under the 7-year deal, players could earn over $300,000. That's more than 4 times the current rate, with top players pulling in $1 million.
We were also able to add value to those players who helped build this league with some types of payments that are well overdue.
Union President Nneka Ugwumike. The deal still needs final approval. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Stocks are down on Wall Street. This is CBS News.
The stars shine brighter on CBS Morning.
This is a slam dunk.
So cute. Gail came in singing for me today.
On CBS Mornings.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
6 Bridgeport residents are under arrest after stealing a car in Orange and then fleeing from police in Trumbull as officers attempted to apprehend them. Police say the car was stolen in Orange, and police in Monroe spotted the car several hours afterward. The car became disabled near the Route 25 exit ramp to Park Street in Trumbull, and when officers approached, the suspects fled. The suspects have been identified as 21-year-old Aiden Garrett, 20-year-olds Malik Medina and Shaheem Medina, 18-year-old Paldino Henry, and 2 juveniles. According to a post in Hearst Media, all suspects were charged with possession of stolen credit cards, theft of a motor vehicle, third-degree burglary, and other related counts. Garrett was held on a $100,000 bond after failing to appear in court on an unrelated weapons charge out of Bridgeport. And the Energy and Technology Committee has advanced legislation that could alter the current proposed sale of the Aquarian Water Company to the Regional Water Authority. Aquarian is currently under the oversight of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, commonly known as PURA, which has jurisdiction over investor-owned utilities, although the proposed sale would remove that oversight. Greenwich State Senator Ryan Fazio, who is also a declared Republican candidate for governor, called for support to get this new legislation, which would retain PURA oversight, passed quickly.
The governor and the leadership of the legislature need to intervene to expedite the passage of this bill. It has broad bipartisan support, and even more people behind closed doors than publicly admit that we need this oversight and that this deal is potentially very bad for utility customers in Western Connecticut.
Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have spoken out against the sale. Attorney General William Tong recently warned about the massive increases that customers could face if the deal goes through.
That'll raise rates by almost $6 billion and will double rates in less than 9 years. This is not in the public interest.
PURA is set to make a ruling on the sale by March 25th. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95. On the Merritt Parkway, southbound construction from exit 20 down to Route 7. That's in the left lane. On the Wilbur Cross, northbound roadwork, exit 46 up into Hamden. Stay to the left to get around it. On 91 northbound roadwork, exits 10 and 11 in the left lane. On Route 8 northbound construction starting at exit 18. And on the southbound side, you have it exit 17 down to 15. And again, exit 11 down to 4. 84 westbound roadwork into exit 8. Stay left to get around it. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Nash Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Friday, sunny and milder with a high near 50. Saturday, a few showers early. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, so yesterday we started with speed cameras. That went fairly well. So why don't we segue today to everybody's favorite in Connecticut here? No, not abortion, not genuflecting at the altar of illegals. How about a little talk about marijuana? Why don't we talk about the devil's lettuce? Why don't we talk about a little ganja man? Yeah. Oh, man, here we are. You know, it's the majority in Hartford. The genuflection, you could almost, it's one of 4 or 5 things.
it's always either illegals or marijuana or, opposition to tougher sentencing and all that. Well, today it's marijuana. And in an effort to keep you guys and gals informed on the good, the bad, the ugly, and otherwise, let me hit you with this. This actually came out a couple of days ago, earlier in the week. Now, there's good news and there's bad news here. Well, I don't want to say bad news, but there's good news and there's questionable news here. Can I say questionable? All right. Here's the questionable stuff here, and I would file this under the "do we really need this" category. And by the way, this is Ken Dixon's story from earlier this week in Hearst. Where else? Connecticut could permit stronger cannabis products and add a high-potency label to some cannabis products. That's exactly what we need, right? Right? You got legislators in Hartford going, let's see. Should we fix the tax structure in this state? No. Should we maybe figure out what's the future of our electric grid? No. Should we maybe find a final solution to this anger that people have about the public benefits charge? No. Should we do something about the 70 or 75 million bucks or whatever it is that the Hartford school system's in the hole with? No. I have an idea. Let's sell stronger weed. Yeah. Ken Dixon saying, quote, the state would allow boy, I tell you something. I can't wait for this. The roads are not full of enough jackasses that are already drinking, that are already doing other drugs, that are already smoking weed. How about this? The state of Connecticut would allow higher percentages of THC in cannabis. That's the psychoactive compound in cannabis, in case you didn't know. Including an increase for THC-infused beverages and sold and consumed here under a bill that was okayed Monday by a key legislative committee. Now, that's the bad news. And yes, I consider that bad news. Why do we need stronger weed? Now, they're positioning this stronger weed thing as a help to some weed cultivators. I'll explain it in a minute. However, maybe our leaders in Hartford were able to they put their hand down in the grass, they closed their fist, and they came up with a handful of common sense on some things. However, thank God, a proposal to create locations where cannabis could be sold and consumed in the same spot, that was deleted from the bill. Thank you very much. That was asinine. That's just dumb. That's dumb. That's Olympic level dumb. That's World Baseball Classic dumb. Okay? And there was an associated proposal that was also deleted, I believe. People actually wanted to sell those cannabis-infused drinks in establishments like alcohol, like restaurants and bars that already have alcohol licenses. So, hey, why not sell weed-infused beverages too? Because the goal here is to get everybody stoned. Right? And people are leaving the state. Doesn't matter. Let's get everybody stoned. Yes. So thankfully, those two idiotic ideas are gone. Yeah, here's a great idea. Let's sell cannabis beverages right next to the booze I have. That's a fantastic idea, isn't that? Yeah. And also, let's let people consume weed right after they buy it on the spot. No. Now, however, and by the way, this idea to sell higher potency weed, thank God, 22-member committee. It was not defeated. It went ahead here. Now, and by the way, what is it with the Democratic majority in Hartford? Do they want everybody stoned? Seriously. Because this was pretty much a party line vote with the exception of one member on the General Law Committee. It was 13 in favor, all Democrats, 8 against, all Republicans. One was absent and did not vote. 22-member committee. So it passed 13-8. One did not vote. One Democrat did not vote. And State Senator Sujata Gadkar Wilcox in the Trumbull area, she voted no. So I believe she was the only Democratic no vote on this. The proposed higher THC levels for cannabis flowers would be a way to help growers whose product may have slightly higher levels than the current law allows, and it gets thrown out. Okay? That's because it's too potent. So maybe do the growers not know what they're doing here? You see what I'm saying here? Like, well, sometimes the flowers or whatever they sell, the bud, the chaff, whatever they do. I haven't smoked weed in years, and I don't intend to start anytime soon. But all of a sudden, we have to change the law, is what it sounds like, because growers don't know what they're doing? Do other states have this problem, or are just we the idiots? The proposed higher THC levels, hey, let's just let more potent weed get out there. Why not? What could go wrong? Yes. Why don't we just do it? Why don't we sell it to kids? That's going to be the next thing. Well, I know, I'm just kidding. The proposed higher THC levels for cannabis flowers, supporters say, would be a way to help growers whose product may have a slightly higher level than current law allows, and it gets thrown out. Democratic State Rep. Roland Lamar said he's the co-chair of the committee. The maximum level for THC is 35% in flowers in Connecticut. If the bill passes and is signed into law, cannabis flowers over 30% would have a high-potency label. Edible gummies would stay at 5 milligrams of THC, but there would be an allowance for a slightly higher amount. All right, why not? Lamar noting that the General Assembly adopted somewhat arbitrary levels when it approved adult-use cannabis in 2023. Lamar told the Connecticut Insider, we're essentially saying that if you test at about 30% levels for your flower, you'll have to a demarcation that it's high potency. We're not going to cap you because some products might go to 36 or 37%, and we don't want them to have to throw the whole thing out. Hey, so why not? Let's just let more potent weed products out there. I'm sorry. I may sound like the old guy on the corner, but I'm sorry. Who thinks this is a good idea? Come on. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Really? Do we have to go here? Should the state allow higher THC levels in some legal marijuana products? You tell me. Am I just the old guy? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Going out to eat for half the price? There's only one word to describe that. Sweet. It's another week of sweet deals at voiceofct.com. Half-price gift cards to your favorite locally owned restaurants and businesses. But when the sweet deals are gone, they're gone. And they go fast. So don't wait. Stay local and save some dough. Grab the half-price sweet deals now at voiceofct.com.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work, know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that our food pantry served over 1.5 million meals and 1.8 million pounds of food in 2025?
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Let your donation restore hope. bridgeportrescuemission.org.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now, you can get zero interest, zero payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
The Milford Regional Chamber of Commerce, in collaboration with the Network of Executive Women, invite you to join me, Melissa Sheketoff, at the annual Women's Leadership Summit, Friday, March 27th at Bin 100 in Milford. I'll be moderating a conversation with Secretary of the State Stephanie Thomas and other female panelists, focusing on women's roles in creating a sustainable world through environmental, economic, and social justice movements. For tickets, visit milfordct.com. That's milfordct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 4 through 6 in the right lane. Southbound side, you have it exit 2 down to the state line. On the Merritt Parkway, southbound roadwork, exit 20 through 17. Left lane is blocked. Wilbur Cross northbound, the roadwork starts at exit 46, right at the tunnel. Stay left to get around it. 91 northbound construction, exits 10 and 11 in the left lane. Route 8 southbound, you have it exit 17 down to exit 15, and again exit 11 down to exit 4. 84 westbound construction, exits 9 and 8. Right lane is blocked. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Friday, sunny with a high near 50. A few early showers Saturday. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Easton's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
And you may ask yourself, hey, self, yes? Self, you were asking? What's the need? Like, what if somebody comes in over the accepted THC level that's in the law now in Connecticut, just make them throw it away? Well, no, because what they're trying to do is, folks, they want to take what ostensibly would be illegally too potent marijuana stuff here in the state, and they want to slap a high potency label on it here so people will buy it because, again, what did I tell you 2 years ago? And it's in this story here. Connecticut's marijuana marketplace, so the way we have it set up here, it's not considered as competitive as our surrounding states. This is why a lot of people still go to Massachusetts. Some go elsewhere to buy their weed because, as I said, what is it? Our tax structure and how we tax it and how we sell it. If Connecticut can screw it up, it will. And this is why you have a lot of people, I know a lot of people that go to Massachusetts and buy. And I asked them, is it really that much cheaper? And they told me the dollar amount. I said, well, okay, there you go. All right, Connecticut, yeah. We can screw up pot, too. So this bill, if it eventually gets signed into law, and I don't know if Governor Lamont would ever sign this, but this would allow flowers, marijuana flowers there, the old cannabis, stuff that they couldn't sell legally would now be specially labeled as high potency. That's what we need. More high potent. The weed problem isn't bad enough. Now, remember, this is a state, too, that if a police officer, and you've heard cops say this on my show and on Lisa's show and on Melissa's show, we have our head parked so far up our rear ends in this state that if a police officer has a reasonable suspicion that somebody is smoking marijuana behind the wheel, that suspicion alone is not enough to pull a car over. You believe that? But now, on top of this, we want to add higher potency weed because some growers can't get their act together. Excuse me? But again, almost a straight party line Democratic majority pushed this through. 13 yeses, all Democrats, 8 noes, 1 Democratic member, Sujeta Gadkar Wilcox, credit to her, she voted no, along with 7 Republicans, and 1 Democrat was absent and didn't vote. Why does the Democratic Party want people to be high in this state? Do you have any ideas? Wink, wink. Here's a guy who's ready for higher potency weed. Dave in Meriden. Dave, how are you, sir?
Good. Hey, I may need that after today. I went out to get the mail.
Yeah.
And as Gomer Pyle would say, surprise, surprise, surprise.
What
There was a letter from the city of Middletown.
Yeah.
Giving me a speeding ticket because I went through a camera.
Oh,
on
my
Country
God.
Club Road at 25 miles an hour, and I was doing 40.
Oh,
now, the only
Dave.
time I go there is Sunday morning on the way to church. The school isn't even open then. There's
Yeah.
nobody on the road.
Yeah.
So you
Well, you got nailed.
got nailed. So
how about
now
that?
I know what to do. I'll slow down to a crawl with
Yeah.
that spot.
Dave, you need some of that higher potency weed. That's what you're going to need, Dave. That's what you're going to need.
Oh, yeah, well, I think some of the legislators, they give them that'll be worse off. Think of what they'll do under that influence.
All right, Dave. Thanks. Wow. Dave got nailed with a speeding ticket. Well, like I said, folks, you got to do your reason. Even in the now, what did Dave say? It was in a school zone. Now, some cities or towns, those cameras are going to be up and running, I guess, 24/7 in the school zones. I don't know. So we had speeding cameras yesterday, and today we have high-potency marijuana. That's where the great state of Connecticut is heading here. So what y'all think about this? 203-333-9422. Should the state allow higher THC levels in some legal marijuana products?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 4 through 6 in the right lane. Southbound side, you have it exit 2 down to the state line. On the Merritt Parkway, southbound roadwork exit 20 through 17. Left lane is blocked. Wilbur Cross northbound, the roadwork starts at exit 46 right at the tunnel. Stay left to get around it. 91 northbound construction exits 10 and 11 in the left lane. Route 8 southbound, you have it exit 17 down to exit 15 and again exit 11 down to exit 4. 84 westbound construction exits 9 and 8. Right lane is blocked. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Friday, sunny and milder with a high near 50. Saturday, a few showers early. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Have you heard that Milford, Connecticut was recently voted the 3rd best place to retire in the United States? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Assigned garage parking with direct access to your building's elevator, storage units, and a state-of-the-art fitness center included free with your monthly rent. No additional cost for the things that make life easy. Visit ForestHillsMilford.com for more information or to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
Dine out for half price. It's Sweet Deals at voiceofct.com. Buy $50 gift cards for $25. $25 cards for $12.50. Purchase at voiceofct.com. Click Sweet Deals. Restaurants include Joseph's Steakhouse, AB's Falafel, Zuka Gastro Bar, Little Pub, Amici, Twisted Vine, Natural Kitchen, The Brick Wall, Heifer, Las Margaritas, Uncle Buck's Fishbowl and Grill, Blue Sky Diner, and the Adventure Park. Save 50%. Go to voiceofct.com. Click Sweet Deals.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SOUND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump was asked today if he plans to use ground troops in Iran.
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere.
The Pentagon has requested an additional $200 billion in funding for the war in Iran. CBS's Torian Small on Capitol Hill.
Republicans will have to justify their fiscal conservative values when approaching this ask from the White House if it does make its way to lawmakers.
A Senate committee has voted to advance the nomination of Senator Mark Wayne Mullen to be Homeland Security Secretary. Democratic Senator Gary Peters voted against that.
I'm very troubled by Senator Mullen's willingness to condone political violence and the message that sends across DHS.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said today if TSA agents go another week without pay, the security lines at airports will seem like child's play. Small airports, he said, could be shut down. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Milford police are saying a homeless man started a fire at a homeless encampment and killed another man over an argument about alcohol. 54-year-old Matthew Keeley is accused of starting the fire at the homeless encampment behind Lowe's on Old Gate Lane in Milford last August. Fire officials say their investigation determined that the fire had been intentionally set by human hand. Officers say Keeley allegedly pounded on the door of 57-year-old Joseph Kane's cabin, demanding his booze. When they arrived on scene, Kane's cabin was fully engulfed, and Kane was inside, having been strangled. They say Keeley became combative and detained him. Keeley faces multiple charges and is being held on $2 million bond. Hundreds of Connecticut residents are calling for an end to abortion. An estimated 1,500 people gathered at the state capitol in Hartford Wednesday for the annual March for Life. The event included religious groups, conservative activists, lawmakers, and students who oppose abortion. A deadly workplace accident this morning in Hamden is being investigated. A man was trapped in a gravel machine at a landscaping and masonry plant. First responders got him out of the machine at Modern Metals Corporation on State Street. However, authorities said the man went into cardiac arrest and was pronounced dead at the scene. 3 bills impacting children were passed in the legislature this week. The first bill would require homeschool families to show proof they are providing, quote, equivalent instruction to their children. But Fairfield Democratic State Representative Jennifer Leeper clarified that they're not trying to tell homeschooling parents what to teach.
We're not even saying we're approving your curriculum or we're analyzing what your child's doing. We are just asking, you have to show us that you are, in fact, doing something.
A push to pass the homeschool bill was made after 2 cases of child abuse were discovered by parents who were allegedly homeschooling their children. The 2 other bills were passed by the Public Health Committee regarding vaccines. They would give the Public Health Commission more freedom to purchase vaccines, even though they are no longer recommended by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Department of Public Health Commissioner Dr. Manisha Juthani spoke about the changes.
What we have added to this particular bill is to also be informed by the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology, since pregnant populations are slightly different, and we need to think about that, and any other medical societies. So established medical groups who are evaluating this information.
Officials in Fairfield are trying to figure out ways to adhere to the 830G law in the state, while also requesting a 5-year extension of the town's existing affordable housing moratorium with which to provide more local control. The goal is to see what kind of housing can be developed and where it will be built. The idea would be to accumulate enough housing equivalency points, a total of 330, to qualify for an extension. Officials plan to submit an application within 6 months prior to the end of the moratorium. Hundreds of people were on hand for a hearing on expanding early parole. Lawmakers are considering a proposal that would allow earlier parole for people who committed crimes under the age of 26. The state eliminated life sentences without parole for people 17 or younger in 2015. In 2023, lawmakers raised the age to 21. Proponents also brought up findings in the neuroscience field showing the brain does not fully develop until the age of 25. Lawmakers are considering installing speed cameras on major state highways. Guilford Democratic State Senator Christine Cohen told WTNH-TV News 8 the state was recently ranked 14th in the nation for high-speed-related fatalities.
Connecticut has some of the highest speed-related crash fatalities in the country. We're actually number 14. I have 3 children myself. I worry about them every day being out on the roadways.
The cameras would be an effort by the Transportation Committee, which Cohen chairs, to make roads safer. A bill was unanimously approved by the committee that would issue citations to drivers caught on camera going 15 miles per hour over the speed limit and issue $75 tickets. The DOT and Department of Emergency Services would work together to determine where to place the cameras. And Avello Airlines is adding new flights out of Tweed New Haven Regional Airport. The airline is adding 2 new routes to Cleveland and Indianapolis. Flights to Indianapolis will start June 18th with service on Thursdays and Sundays, while flights to Cleveland will begin on June 19th with service on Mondays and Fridays. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 4 through 6 in the right lane. Southbound side, you have at exit 2 down to the state line. On the Merritt Parkway, southbound roadwork, exit 20 through 17. Left lane is blocked. Wilbur Cross northbound, the roadwork starts at exit 46, right at the tunnel. Stay left to get around it. 91 northbound construction, exits 10 and 11 in the left lane. Route 8 southbound, you have at exit 17 down to exit 15, and again exit 11 down to exit 4. 84 westbound construction, exits 9 and 8. Right lane is blocked. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Friday, sunny with a high near 50. A few early showers Saturday. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So you just heard Christine Cohen, member of the General Assembly, there in that story we had with Chris, and we had talked about this yesterday. They want people to slow down on the roads. Hey, no. I've changed my mind overnight. No cameras, and let's go with what the majority wants in Hartford, higher potency marijuana. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? Talking about a law that passed out of the General Law Committee. All 13 Democrats on the committee, 13 of the 15 Democrats on the committee voting yes, one Democrat voting no, one Democrat was absent, and 7 Republicans, all 7 Republicans on the General Law Committee voted no. What this bill would do is if marijuana cultivators have flowers and other products that, because of how they were grown, have too much THC and you couldn't sell them. Well, now the idea is, now previously they'd have to get rid of them, I guess, from what I understand here. So now they would be slapped with a high potency label. I swear to God. You would think that we'd back away just a little bit from the slobbering tongue bath we keep giving legal marijuana in this state. And listen, I'm not necessarily against legal weed. I'm not. But come on. We have to sell high-potency marijuana. Well, Paul, they sell booze that's stronger than... Yes, and again, we just about understand everything there is to understand about alcohol. There's still a lot about marijuana. Any reputable marijuana scientist or expert will tell you that we don't quite understand. We're still having problems coming up with a marijuana-connected DUI level for a male versus female and weight and how long the intake was. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Simple question here. Should the state allow higher THC levels in some legal marijuana products? Wait a minute, Paul. Why are they doing that? Well, you don't know. You're not a member of the weed community. I'm sorry. I'm really not trying to break chops on people who use weed. That's fine. But here's the problem. The police already say it's becoming a huge problem. Why would we want to make this any worse? The state would allow, says here in Hearst, the state would allow higher percentages of the active ingredient in cannabis, including an increase for THC-infused beverages sold and consumed here under a bill that was okayed by a legislative committee on Monday. Republicans all voted no. They said, enough, we don't need this. Most of the Democrats voted yes. One wasn't there. One voted no. Now, proponents say the proposed higher THC levels for cannabis flowers would be a way to help growers whose products may have slightly higher levels than current law allows, and it gets thrown out. Well, you know what? Too bad. And they're only doing, you see, you have to understand something, too. They're only doing this because the market in Connecticut is not reaping what they thought it would. Too many people, they think, are going to Massachusetts. Well, it has to do with taxes. Now, Connecticut already has a pretty high, in fact, one of my friends in the General Assembly helped get this level put in. Because I guess the original bill didn't have any levels of THC in it. So the maximum THC levels in Connecticut here is 35%. From what I've told, that's pretty good for commercial weed. If the bill passes, any flowers over 30% would have a high potency label. Why do we want it? Do we really need to do this? Look, I'm not trying to be the old angry white guy, but come on, seriously. And what do we hear from the police all the time, from the state police and the local police? They are worried about the mixing of marijuana and everything else out there. And to think, and thankfully, this bill got rid of another idea. Hey, Let's sell THC-infused beverages in places with liquor licenses. Hey, come on, Paul. What could go wrong? And again, you have to understand something. You want to smoke weed at home? You want to relax in the backyard after a long day? You want to pop some gummies? Fine. I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about the morons. Vince on Long Island has a little experience, I'm told, in this area. Hey, Vince, good afternoon. How are you?
Hi, good afternoon. Yeah, I listened to it, and I grew back in the 60s and 70s. And,
Okay, yeah.
The marijuana back then, we only had 6-7%.
Yeah, it was
THC.
single digits, right? 5, 6, 7%.
Of course, we only grew from the seeds that we got. Say we got from Colombia.
Yeah.
So then we grew. That's what we did.
Yeah.
But today, it tells you right on. If you order seeds today
Yeah.
from a company,
Yeah.
it tells you exactly what the plant has.
Yeah.
So they're full of shit.
Oh,
they're BSing everybody.
Yeah, yeah.
No, in other words, if I go buy, say I buy something that was genetically changed, it'll say this plant, a purple haze.
Yeah.
It'll have 25% THC on it. It
Yeah.
says right there on the package.
All right, Vince, Vince, thank you. No, that's good stuff. Vince, I do have to run. I'm up against the time-wise there. Thank you, Vince. Vince in Long Island. And Vince is right. We only could let part of that on the air, but he was emotional. He was very good. Thank you, Vince. Appreciate that. The stuff that Vince, I don't know how old Vince is, maybe around my age, but the stuff that he and I probably partook in, it was single digits, THC. The number you hear generally, and what did he say, Purple Haze and all that, all those songs, Panama Red, it'll steal your woman, it'll rob your head, Panama Red. Oh, sorry. New writers there. That was all 5, 10%. Do you realize what the lawmakers in Connecticut are saying? Hey, if it's 30, 35%, we'll still sell it. We'll just say it's high potency. What? High potency and no brains.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-551-7672. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-551-7672. That's 800-551-7672. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 4 through 6 in the right lane. Southbound side, you have at exit 2 down to the state line. On the Merritt Parkway, southbound roadwork, exit 20 through 17. Left lane is blocked. Wilbur Cross northbound, the roadwork starts at exit 46, right at the tunnel. Stay left to get around it. 91 northbound construction, exits 10 and 11 in the left lane. Route 8 southbound, you have at exit 17 down to exit 15, and again, exit 11 down to exit 4. 84 westbound construction, exits 9 and 8. Right lane is blocked. I'm Ange Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Friday, sunny and milder with a high near 50. Saturday, a few showers early. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The voice of Connecticut is WICC 695.9. Now, back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Looking at a committee vote that was held a couple of days ago in Hartford. And a lot of times, I just try and keep you updated on this, because you don't hear about the committee votes, about the early stages of getting a bill passed and whatever. But there was a vote a couple of days ago by a committee in Hartford. Now, it's the early part of a bill. These bills, oftentimes, they get out of committee, but if there's blowback here, there's usually a shelving of the bill. But what this bill would be, and if you want to follow this, it's HB 5350, an act concerning cannabis, hemp, and infused beverage regulation. And the main part of this bill would allow, if the bill works as its supporters say, the bill would and could and most likely would eventually allow stronger cannabis products to be sold here in the state if they exceed the level we have now, as long as there's a high potency label on them. So the active ingredient in marijuana, the psychoactive ingredient, which is THC, you could have a higher than allowed level in that as long as you label it as high potency. And you may say, well, wait a minute now, but why are they doing this? They, the supporters of the bill, claimed that a lot of, and I'm not saying they're lying about this. I don't know the first thing about growing weed. If you held a gun to my head, I wouldn't know what to do. But what the idea here is, I guess, if there are flowers, and as our last caller said, the seeds, the flowers, whatever, they're labeled with a percentage THC there. The limit here in Connecticut now is, I think, 35%. Now, if those, if what's being grown right now tests at higher levels, you can't sell it. So they're billing this as a way to help the marketers, the sellers, the growers here in Connecticut. Now, it might. Here's my question. Do we really need higher potency weed? Do we need it? Now, again, I know you can look at it from a business point of view, and maybe some of the weed growers there, or the cultivators, are telling the General Assembly, hey, I'm having to, it's tricky how I grow this. I'm having to throw away this weed. See if I can slap a label on it. I get it. Says right here in Ken Dixon's story, the proposed higher THC levels for cannabis flowers would be a way to help growers whose product may have slightly higher levels than current law allows, and it has to be thrown out. Now, here's the thing. I don't doubt that. I don't care what business you're in, cucumbers, lettuce, marijuana, whatever you're trying to sell. If something is not within a predetermined by law limit and you got to get rid of it, that's not good for your business. But do we really want to take that stuff and make it available for sale? See, I'm not arguing the business end of this. In what world is stronger marijuana or marijuana products in an environment like this where the police are already hamstrung by what they can do? How is this a good idea beyond the business angle of it? I'm not talking about the strict business angle. I get it. State Rep Roland Lamar of New Haven said back in 2023 the General Assembly adopted somewhat arbitrary levels. Well, that's not the way I remember it, Representative Lamar. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Connecticut's higher taxes on cannabis products also likely pushing some consumers to head to Massachusetts, where retail prices are lower. Well, that's the market. There are some products in the edible space that they could get higher dosages across borders, but we're not changing that. Well, that's good. Isn't that good? Oh, how about that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Oh, and by the way, the following, you may not know who's on this committee, and this is an important issue now here. And you may want to make your voice in a courteous way. You may want to call the office or send them a courteous email. Don't yell, don't scream. Don't be nuts about it. But the yes votes on this the potentially stronger marijuana products, Senator Maroney, Representatives Lamar, Senator Fonfara from Hartford, Representative Turco, those all Democrats. 3 Republicans voting no, Senator Ciccarella, Representative Retigliano, and Representative Ackert are the no votes. Yes vote from State Rep. Allie Brennan. No vote from Representative Chris Anaskovich. The only Democratic no vote that I could tell is Senator Gadkar Wilcox from the Trumbull area, 22nd District. Yes vote from the 15th District State Rep. Gibson. No votes from John Kissel, our friend John Kissel, and State Representative Jensen in the 131. Yes votes from Rick Lopes in the 6th District, Representative Luxembourg in the 12th, and Representative Martinez in the 22nd, all Democrats. Representative Osborne did not vote. Kathy Austin, state Senate member, very influential. She was a yes on this. Representatives Al Paolillo, Pemberton, and Freddie Santos were yeses. David Yaccarino out of North Haven, Democrat District 87, was a no vote. So there you be. So the Democrats all want us to get cranked a little easier. I'm kidding, sort of. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 4 through 6 in the right lane. Southbound side, you have at exit 2 down to the state line. On the Merritt Parkway, southbound roadwork, exit 20 through 17. Left lane is blocked. Wilbur Cross northbound, the roadwork starts at exit 46, right at the tunnel. Stay left to get around it. 91 northbound construction, exits 10 and 11 in the left lane. Route 8 southbound, you have at exit 17 down to exit 15, and again exit 11 down to exit 4. 84 westbound construction, exits 9 and 8. Right lane is blocked. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Friday, sunny with a high near 50. A few early showers Saturday. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
One more thing in this story this hour, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. One of the contentions here is to maybe let some more potent pot stuff out there. Connecticut's higher taxes on cannabis products have likely pushed some consumers to head to Massachusetts, where retail prices are lower. All right. Well, and I've kind of heard that from people I know that partake legally and responsibly. Okay, I have an idea. Let's see. The Connecticut taxes are too high, and that's killing the state market on marijuana. So what should we do here? I don't know. Maybe lower the taxes? Am I missing something here? See, again, for a state ostensibly, we're told all the time how smart people are in this state. And I agree with it. I work with some very smart people here at Connoisseur. I know some very smart people in the General Assembly. But if you keep saying, well, you know, our market is not doing well because the taxes are too high, I don't think it takes somebody who has a bachelor's, a master's, and a doctorate in political science to say, let's see, if we figured out that the taxes are the problem, what should we do? I don't know. Raise the potency? No, I don't know. Sell weed-infused fruit drinks next to alcohol? No. Lower the taxes! I feel better. Thank you. I mean, come on. They discuss everything, but you notice, again, this is the majority in Hartford. Show them what the problem is, and that is a sure way to get legislative Democrats to discuss everything but the exact problem here. And when in doubt, you know whose problem it is? Trump.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by JTV.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Heat alerts remain in effect through Sunday for more than 41 million people in the Southwest. Temperatures in a small Southern California desert community soared to 108 degrees yesterday, tying the highest March temperature ever recorded in the U.S. Thermal California is forecast to hit 110 degrees tomorrow. KEYT TV's Dave Alley in Santa Maria, north of Santa Barbara.
In an effort to find some measure of relief, people in Santa Maria are looking for options. While it can be as simple as finding a bit of shade, others are taking the plunge.
The pool here is refreshing. The water temp is great, and it's better than AC.
Air conditioning, though, is in high demand. Public buildings like the Santa Maria Library report seeing a rise in visitors over the past few days.
California legislative leaders say they'll move to rename Cesar Chavez Day as Farm Workers Day in light of sexual abuse allegations against the late labor leader. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass has signed a similar proclamation.
I've been in touch with the Chavez family, and they support our decision to rename this holiday.
President Trump is asked by reporters about putting troops on the ground in the war with Iran.
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you, but I'm not putting troops.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is asked about a $200 billion supplemental the administration will ask Congress to approve to fund military action in Iran. CBS's Ramy Inocencio.
He basically said they're going to try to push it through Congress. It's a question whether Congress would actually approve this. But if they're asking for this much money, $200 billion, that at least potentially implies that this war will carry on for some time.
Global fuel prices have soared due to an escalation of the war in the Middle East. Tom Kloza, chief energy advisor for Gulf Oil, says he does not think if the war ended soon that things would return to normal quickly.
And by that, I mean, we've seen damage rendered to natural gas and liquefied natural gas and gas to liquids facilities in the Persian Gulf that it's going to take 3, 4, or 5 years to repair.
New research finds that American adults are spending way too much time on their phones, and it could be affecting their brain health.
A Pew Research Center survey finds that more than 80% of Americans go online at least 7 times a day. Psychiatrists like Dr. Sue Varma say.
You have to have awareness that on some level this is impairing my connections.
Doctors say too much screen time is causing everything from mood changes to memory problems, but there are things to try, like...
Am I checking the news? Can I use a newspaper instead?
Allison Keyes, CBS News.
Stocks are down on Wall Street. This is CBS News.
Looking for spring jewelry looks? Find them at Jewelry Television. New customers get $20 off purchases of $99 or more at jtv.com.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up jtv.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at jtv.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. So when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the one you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal is refusing to support Mark Wayne Mullen as the new Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Mullen was nominated by President Trump to replace Kristi Noem. His nomination hearing was held on Wednesday. Blumenthal used his 7 minutes of questioning to ask about immigration enforcement. He told the Connecticut Mirror that he thought Mullen's answers gave a little more clarity after describing his written responses as, quote, somewhat ambiguous. Fairfield officials are trying to figure out ways to adhere to the 830G law in the state while also requesting a 5-year extension of the town's existing affordable housing moratorium with which to provide more local control. The goal is to see what kind of housing can be developed and where it will be built. The idea would be to accumulate enough housing equivalency points, 330, to qualify for an extension. Officials plan to submit an application within 6 months prior to the end of the moratorium. A Milford restaurant wants to make the public aware of a local scam. Bar 333 says a man called them claiming he ordered food with specific instructions for his child's allergies, but that the order was wrong and his child went to the hospital. He reportedly wanted a full refund. It's the second time this year that call was made. If you get that call, report it to your local police. And New Canaan is not allowing street dining this year. City officials informed local restaurants with a letter. Many restaurants have been providing outdoor dining since COVID and were planning to set up outdoor arrangements beginning in May. In a town meeting on Tuesday, the New Canaan Board of Selectmen said the outdoor option was never designed to be permanent. One restaurant owner said the outdoor option allows 20 extra seats during their busiest season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 4 through 6 in the right lane. Southbound side, you have at exit 2 down to the state line. On the Merritt Parkway, southbound roadwork, exit 20 through 17. Left lane is blocked. Wilbur Cross northbound, the roadwork starts at exit 46, right at the tunnel. Stay left to get around it. 91 northbound construction, exits 10 and 11 in the left lane. Route 8 southbound, you have at exit 17 down to exit 15, and again exit 11 down to exit 4. 84 westbound construction, exits 9 and 8. Right lane is blocked. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Friday, sunny and milder with a high near 50. Saturday, a few showers early. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I know. A lot of people are saying, well, it's just like alcohol. If alcohol is legal, why do you with marijuana? No, it's not. It's not the same thing. And what am I talking about here? First of all, hi, if you're just joining us here. Our number 2 of our daily 4-hour get-together at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talking about a bill that came out of committee. Now, it's not near getting approved, but it could. But time is starting to run out a little bit, thank God, on the General Assembly. But there was a committee, the General Law Committee, I believe it was, in Hartford on Monday, and they voted on to advance a bill. And you may say, well, what's the big deal? They do this all the time. And to that point, you're right. It's not a real big deal, at least at this point. But you know what I like to do with you folks is I like to warn you. I like to give you numbers of bills, Senate bill, House bill, and say, hey, you might want to pay attention to this. Go online, check it out. See how your state Senate member, Democrat or Republican, your state House member, Democrat or Republican, see how they voted on this. Don't give them all wet kisses when you see them at your kid's Little League dinner if you disagree with them on this stuff. So this is it's a bill that came out of the General Law Committee that conceivably, it's House Bill 5350, 5350. Technically, it's called an act concerning cannabis, hemp, and infused beverage regulation. The General Law Committee, it was proposed by State Rep. Roland Lamar, New Haven. Jim Maroney of Milford was one of the seconders, and State Rep. Luxembourg seconded it. Motion to accept and all that. You know how the Robert's Rules of Parliamentary Procedure. So basically, what this would do, in theory, is allow like we need this. Like my father used to say, Dad, I love you. Hopefully you're enjoying the show too. My father, in his sainted Italian ways, used to say, you need that like a hole in the head. And it's just my little opinion here, telling the Democratic majority in Hartford, because I love you all, we don't need stronger weed products in the state. We don't. Well, do you smoke, Paul? No, I don't. But when I did, it was only 5 or 10%. Really? We want to put stuff over 30% level of THC, the psychoactive compound, the stuff that gets you high in marijuana. And I guess Chairman Lamar is saying, hey, well, sometimes the people that cultivate marijuana, if they test it and they can't sell it in Connecticut, if the THC content is too high, so they have to throw it out. Okay, too bad. Sucks for you, doesn't it? And I'm not trying to be a creep here. Really, I'm not. But we have rules. And then Roland Lamar says, and I had a couple of encounters once with Roland Lamar. I won't go into them, but whatever. Not that anything bad happened, but there was never mind. I got to stop talking. He claims that, well, the 30% THC, folks. He says, well, that was arbitrary when we did the bill 3 or 4 years ago. Okay, but that's kind of what other people do. 35%. So what are we going to do? Because something is not grown properly or the properties of Mother Nature are hard to harness, we're going to take something that's 35, 38, 37% and put it out there for consumption? Oh, I get it. We'll just put a high potency label on it. Like, all right, that'll fix everything. Now, won't it? Okay. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And I know a lot of people are going to say, well, they sell high, a beer is different than ale, which is different than malt liquor, which is different than whiskey, which is different than wine. Yes, I agree with that. And we've done a couple of 100 years of research in alcohol. So we know that, for example, alcohol is water soluble versus THC, which is fat soluble. We know that. We have an accepted roadside DUI test of 0.08% blood alcohol to determine legal intoxication. We don't have that for marijuana. We don't. Says right here, I did an AI check to make sure, did I miss any new test for marijuana here that I missed, that maybe we now have an accepted level of THC? We don't. Quote, there is no single universally accepted instantaneous test for a marijuana DUI that is equivalent to a breathalyzer used for alcohol. Unlike alcohol, marijuana impairment is difficult to measure scientifically because THC levels in the blood do not correspond directly to impairment. And metabolites, that's the little bitty bits that your body metabolizes of THC, metabolites can stay in the body for days or weeks. So, of course, why not put higher potency weed out there? And again, I'm not saying that the concerns of the commercial marijuana grower or somebody that works in the industry are not genuine. I'm in no way saying that. But how many foods, how many chemicals, how many building materials have, certain things? There are certain standards imposed by the government that you must reach or not exceed to sell your product. Why should marijuana be any different? Oh, I know why. Because the marijuana market in Connecticut is not bringing in the money they thought. We're losing too many sales or too much money to Massachusetts, and I wonder why that might be. Well, you think it's the taxes? Maybe. You think it's how it's priced? Maybe. You think it has something to do with the pricing being hooked into the THC levels? So instead of looking at see, this is exactly what I mean, folks. This is exactly what I mean. The General Assembly will almost always avoid the greasy part of the problem and say, well, let's just, with the kids and the parole, and let's just let them out early. The power grid, we'll worry about that down the road sometimes. Yeah, we got to worry about those gasoline-powered leaf blowers. That's easier, right? So you tell me, am I being a creep here? Maybe I am. I don't know. But I think it's a pretty simple question. I think anyway. Should the state allow... It doesn't matter the reason. Nobody's going to care the reason. If they can buy it, they can buy it. Should the state of Connecticut allow higher levels of THC in some legal marijuana products? You okay with that or not? I am certainly not. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com, and now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us. Voiceofct.com.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven uses a three-dimensional CT scan, which allows precise placement of dental implants and root canal therapy. Their restorative services are designed to improve the function and aesthetics of your smile, as well as your overall oral health. Call Columbia Dental today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Stream WICC anywhere, wherever you go, we go. Go to voiceofct.com and click on Listen Live. Brought to you by the Connecticut Lottery. Visit ctlottery.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes. Stanford through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is the way to go. Wilbur Cross on the southbound side, we have an accident reported between exit 50 and the West Rock Tunnel. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Friday, sunny with a high near 50. A few early showers Saturday. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Shelton's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
I'm telling you, we got to get the boss to give you access to the, what do they say in the military, the closed channel communications between me and Chris Williams. Just saying, it wasn't anything nasty on the last break, but it was just some extracurricular stuff. How are you? 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. So, and a lot of you may say, well, geez, you're exaggerating. Like the people in Hartford don't do anything. I'm not saying that. I'm really not. But if you're going to do something, just stop with all, what's the word I'm looking for? Not grandstanding. Stop with the excess effort and telling us things are going to happen, and then nothing does. Here's another example. All right? Let's segue, shall we? From marijuana to gasoline. Shall we? And by the way, just in case you're wondering, should we do a gasoline check here? Do I have that pulled up? Well, we'll do that later. I thought I pulled it up. It's expensive. Today's gasoline price in Connecticut sucks. How about this? Keith Fanoff's story in the Connecticut Mirror. Connecticut gas tax holiday proposal is stuck in first gear. Now, remember, this was what? 2 or 3 weeks ago when the war in Iran started. And to Governor Lamont's credit, he came out a couple of days after and said, hey, I guess like we did. When was that? When was the last time we suspended the gasoline tax? Remember that? Whenever it was? He said, maybe we should do that again because the state gas tax is about 25 cents a gallon. Okay. So if you're filling up a 12-gallon tank, it's about $5. The subheadline says, officials are endorsing the concept, but they're focused on other tax-cutting priorities. Okay, then why bring it up? See, this is what I mean. So much of the crap that goes on in Hartford is grandstanding with no substance in the end. Oh, 9 days, week and a half. It's been a week and a half, says here, since Governor Ned Lamont floated the idea of a state gasoline tax holiday to blunt the price surge of the pumps triggered by the war with Iran. Okay. But while many state officials have overwhelmingly spoken in support of a holiday, they also have not met to discuss anything about it. And they're focused on non-fuel-related tax relief programs. So 9 days, 9 freaking days. You can't do a Zoom? 9 days. The governor says, hey, you can't, just to say you did something, you can't. Never mind a Zoom. How about the old days when we didn't do Zoom? We had, remember, heard of this? A conference call. We haven't done that in a week and a freaking half. What are you doing? So, Keith asks here, is a gas tax holiday in the works, or was it just a passing comment from Governor Ned Lamont during a press event? The governor said at a March 10th news conference, quote, we've been talking about affordability a lot, and you're not serious about affordability unless you're talking about energy prices. The administration billed the event as a discussion of the economic impact in Connecticut of the Trump war with Iran. By the way, when Donald Trump's finally gone, what are these people going to do? Who are they going to play with in the sandbox? They're not going to be able to blame everything on Trump, but I digress. The governor suggested the state could relax its retail taxes for 1 month on regular gasoline and diesel fuel. The tax is 48.9 cents on diesel. Jeez. And 25 cents a gallon on regular gasoline. Connecticut imposes a second tax that also affects the irregular gasoline prices. This is the petroleum, the gross receipts tax, which people have been saying for years we should get rid of. And guess what? It's still there. Why? For the children. So here's the bottom line. The governor says something about this 9 or 10 days ago. Does nobody in the General Assembly have an idea as to what's going on here? When asked this week if the governor wants a gas tax holiday, his budget spokesman Chris Colby said, quote, the governor will work with legislative leaders to pass measures that are in the best interest of Connecticut families and businesses to mitigate the financial damage caused by this federal administration. Oh, sorry. How? Oh, sorry. State House Speaker Matt Ritter, quote, I'm glad to look at it. Wow. Speaker Ritter, you're glad to look at something that your boss essentially suggested you look at. Man. Jeez. My God. Meantime, Lamont and legislators who are up for re-election this year have more pressing relief proposals demanding their focus. So there it is. So here's the bottom line. The governor said it. They're probably Martin Looney and Bob Duff and everything going. Now, the Republicans want this. I mean, Ryan Fazio, a lot of the Republicans said, yeah, that's a good idea. I can see the Democrats there with the governor, with all good intention, saying, hey, maybe we should stop the gasoline tax for a month. And you have the entire Democratic caucus going, no, my God, no, don't do it, don't do it.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is the way to go. Wilbur Cross on the southbound side. We have an accident reported between exit 50 and the West Rock Tunnel. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Friday, sunny and milder with a high near 50. Saturday, a few showers early. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, scinto.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilo Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilo Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Pentagon is seeking an additional $200 billion for the war with Iran. It was first reported by the Washington Post. CBS's Eleanor Watson reports.
Secretary Hegseth said that number could move, but he wants to ensure that they are funded for what has already been done. And he specifically mentioned refilling the munitions that have been used and funded for what they may have to do in the future.
An escalation in the Mideast war has sent global fuel prices soaring. Gulf Oil's Tom Kloza.
Every dollar per barrel works out to about 2.5 cents a gallon for gasoline. We're certainly going to surpass $4 a gallon in the next 3 or 4 days, perhaps in the next 2 days.
A Senate committee advances Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen's nomination for Homeland Security Secretary. CBS's Nicole Killian.
Senator Mullen has passed out of that as Senate committee advancing his nomination, which means it should head to the Senate floor potentially next week.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Milford police are saying a homeless man started a fire at a homeless encampment and killed another man over an argument about alcohol. 54-year-old Matthew Keeley is accused of starting the fire at the homeless encampment behind Lowe's on Old Gate Lane in Milford last August. Fire officials say their investigation determined that the fire had been intentionally set by human hand. Officers say Keeley allegedly pounded on the door of 57-year-old Joseph Kane's cabin demanding his booze. When they arrived on scene, Kane's cabin was fully engulfed and Kane was inside, having been strangled. They say Keeley became combative and detained him. Keeley faces multiple charges and is being held on $2 million bond. 6 Bridgeport residents are under arrest after stealing a car in Orange and then fleeing from police in Trumbull as officers attempted to apprehend them. Police say the car was stolen in Orange, and police in Monroe spotted the car several hours afterward. The car became disabled near the Route 25 exit ramp to Park Street in Trumbull, and when officers approached, the suspects fled. The suspects have been identified as 21-year-old Aiden Garrett, 20-year-olds Malik Medina and Shaheem Medina, 18-year-old Paldino Henry, and 2 juveniles. According to a post in Hearst Media, all suspects were charged with possession of stolen credit cards, theft of a motor vehicle, third-degree burglary, and other related counts. Garrett was held on a $100,000 bond after failing to appear in court on an unrelated weapons charge out of Bridgeport. A deadly workplace accident this morning in Hamden is being investigated. A man was trapped in a gravel machine at a landscaping and masonry plant. First responders got him out of the machine at Modern Metals Corporation on State Street. However, authorities said the man went into cardiac arrest and was pronounced dead at the scene. Hundreds of people were on hand for a hearing on expanding early parole. Lawmakers are considering a proposal that would allow earlier parole for people who committed crimes under the age of 26. The state eliminated life sentences without parole for people 17 or younger in 2015. In 2023, lawmakers raised the age to 21. Proponents also brought up findings in the neuroscience field showing the brain does not fully develop until the age of 25. 3 bills impacting children were passed in the legislature this week. The first bill would require homeschool families to show proof they are providing, quote, equivalent instruction to their children. But Fairfield Democratic State Representative Jennifer Leeper clarified that they're not trying to tell homeschooling parents what to teach.
We're not even saying we're approving your curriculum or we're analyzing what your child's doing. We are just asking, you have to show us that you are, in fact, doing something.
A push to pass the homeschool bill was made after 2 cases of child abuse were discovered by parents who were allegedly homeschooling their children. The 2 other bills were passed by the Public Health Committee regarding vaccines. They would give the Public Health Commission more freedom to purchase vaccines, even though they are no longer recommended by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Department of Public Health Commissioner Dr. Manisha Juthani spoke about the changes.
What we have added to this particular bill is to also be informed by the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology, since pregnant populations are slightly different, and we need to think about that, and any other medical societies, so established medical groups who are evaluating this information.
Hundreds of Connecticut residents are calling for an end to abortion. An estimated 1,500 people gathered at the state capitol in Hartford Wednesday for the annual March for Life. The event included religious groups, conservative activists, lawmakers, and students who oppose abortion. Lawmakers are considering installing speed cameras on major state highways. Guilford Democratic State Senator Christine Cohen told WTNH-TV News 8 the state was recently ranked 14th in the nation for high-speed-related fatalities.
Connecticut has some of the highest speed-related crash fatalities in the country. We're actually number 14. I have 3 children myself. I worry about them every day being out on the roadways.
The cameras would be an effort by the Transportation Committee, which Cohen chairs, to make roads safer. A bill was unanimously approved by the committee that would issue citations to drivers caught on camera going 15 miles per hour over the speed limit and then issuing $75 tickets. The DOT and Department of Emergency Services would work together to determine where to place the cameras. The Energy and Technology Committee has advanced legislation that could alter the current proposed sale of the Aquarian Water Company to the Regional Water Authority. Aquarian is currently under the oversight of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, commonly known as PURA, which has jurisdiction over investor-owned utilities, although the proposed sale would remove that oversight. Greenwich State Senator Ryan Fazio, who is also a declared Republican candidate for governor, called for support to get this new legislation, which would retain PURA oversight, passed quickly.
The governor and the leadership of the legislature need to intervene to expedite the passage of this bill. It has broad bipartisan support, and even more people behind closed doors than publicly admit that we need this oversight and that this deal is potentially very bad for utility customers in Western Connecticut.
Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have spoken out against the sale. Attorney General William Tong recently warned about the massive increases that customers could face if the deal goes through.
That'll raise rates by almost $6 billion and will double rates in less than 9 years. This is not in the public interest.
PURA is set to make a ruling on the sale by March 25th. And a New York woman is a big winner at the Mohegan Sun Casino. On March 10th, she spent $5 to play a Whitney Houston-themed slot machine in the Casino of the Sky section of the venue. The winner, identified as Leslie O, hit the jackpot for $1.7 million. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes. Stanford through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is the way to go. Wilbur Cross on the southbound side, we have an accident reported between exit 50 and the West Rock Tunnel. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Ash Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Friday, sunny with a high near 50. A few early showers Saturday. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, hey, coming up later on in the 5 o'clock hour, our friend John McKinney, former Republican state Senate leader, he will give us his thoughts on what's going on in Hartford the past couple of days, what is coming down that could affect you and I. And State Representative Leslie Zupkus, parts of Cheshire and Waterbury. She was among those voting earlier this week against that homeschooling bill. And I know Leslie has some, worries about, as I said, the curriculum part of that. Everybody went nuts in the beginning about, hey, having to tell DCF that you're homeschooling your kid. Trust me, that's not the devil in the details here. It's not. It's not. The devil in the details is the equivalent instruction or the equivalent curriculum thing, no matter how they put that. So we'll talk with Leslie Zupkus about that. I heard Chris Williams do this story, and this story surfaces every couple of years, and it's got some value to it. I'm not poo-pooing this, but I've always wondered about this. Chris's story, he did hundreds of folks on hand for a hearing recently to expand early parole in Connecticut. Lawmakers are looking at a bill that would allow earlier parole for some people who committed crimes under the age of 26. Now, you may remember the state got rid of life sentences without parole for people 17 or younger back in 2015. Now, you could kind of see that. I mean, you're 16, 17, whatever. You make a really awful decision one night and your life is done. And, a lot of these kids, these guys and gals, come from really bad neighborhoods, really bad upbringing, or good upbringing in good neighborhoods, and it happens. So that I could see. That's when lawmakers raised the age to 21. Now, proponents also brought up findings in the neuroscience field showing the brain does not fully develop until the age of 25. Now, we hear that all the time. I am not a neuroscientist. I'm not a neuropsychologist. I'm a neuro-nothing. That's me, neuro-nothing. But we hear this so often, right? And they always say, well, we have these findings now that the brain is still developing until the age of 25. And now they say that if you look, ladies, you'll buy into this. They say men don't reach full maturity till they're 42 or something like that. But I digress. But having said that, if supposedly we have this evidence, this scientifically based and backed evidence, right? That says, well, you really don't, your brain isn't really in full gear till you're 25. Okay. Then why do we allow young men and women to enlist in the military at 18? Right? Why do we allow young men and women to start a business at 18 or 19? If the brain fully isn't developed neurologically or impulse control and all that, why isn't the drinking age 25? Why isn't and you know these are all rhetorical questions. You know why. It's money. I get it. I understand it. But it's interesting, especially when it comes to law enforcement and sentencing and all that. And please understand, I don't know the first thing about this. Now, I have some family members who are involved in corrections and parole board hearings and stuff like that. And I've heard some pretty interesting and entertaining things over the years. But again, neuroscientists saying, well, you should realign this parole stuff for certain crimes because you have people who really don't reach maturity neurologically till they were 25. All right, then why not? It's just one of those things. Every time I see a story about this, I wonder, well, boy, sometimes we pay attention to age, and sometimes we don't. So think about this. If the brain does not fully develop until 25, shouldn't the minimum age of conscription or the minimum age of joining the military be, 25? If the brain doesn't understand what it's doing through impulse control, should you not be able to drink until you're 25? Should you not be able to gamble until you're 25? Just a thought from your friendly host.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Wilbur Cross southbound, a crash between exit 50 and the West Rock Tunnel has things backed up through Hamden. Lower Fairfield County 95 north, solid 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield Parkway northbound is a little bit easier. And then Krause with WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Friday, sunny and milder with a high near 50. Saturday, a few showers early. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Local talk every afternoon. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, great to have you with us. Tell your friends about this little gathering every Monday through Friday, 2 to 6 right here, WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and online voiceofct.com. We come to you right after Chris and John and the download. Of course, they follow the Lisa Wexler Show, and she follows the award-winning, and I'm not saying that to be funny. Yes, Melissa and her show have both won very prestigious awards for what they do. So check it out starting at 5 a.m. every morning right here on WICC. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Our question of the day is in connection to a committee vote that happened in Hartford on Monday. Now, this is a long way from becoming law. But there's a bill that would allow marijuana, flowers, and plants or whatever to be used in legal adult use marijuana products, even if the THC level is above what state law says, which is 35%, 30 or 35. If it exceeds that level now, the stuff can't be sold or used. So this would allow some higher potency marijuana to be sold with a high potency label. Bad idea. I'm sorry, that's just me. I haven't smoked weed in 40 years. Well, what do you know, Paul? Well, what I know is we're still trying to deal with this. And what I know is we still don't have a discernible DUI standard for marijuana. We do for booze. They're not the same, please. You will get me to hang up on you no quicker than to say, well, it's the same as booze. It's not. They are scientifically and pharmacologically different. And my other question here, I just kind of threw out there, Chris had that story. The state wants to further fine-tune, parole standards, and that's fine. Listen, societies change, I get it. But they always talk about, well, the human brain is not fully functioning till 25. Okay, then nobody under 25 should be in the military, right? Or nobody under 25 should be drinking, smoking, vaping, or buying lottery tickets or doing legal sports betting. Oh, wait a minute, but that's 21, and the military is 18. I got it. I understand. What about when prostitution becomes legal? I'm not kidding. You wait in a few years. I am telling you. Because right now it's called sex work. It's not, again, the great George Carlin, like he said, when we try to dull the edge of words, we just change their name. We just change the meaning. Matt in Derby is here. Matt, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm all right, Paul. Listen, you said our brain doesn't mature until 25.
25
right?
is what they say, yeah.
Okay, well, our legislators are all 40 and 50. What's their excuse?
Bada boom boom. Yeah. 50. There are some people in their 70s up there. 50. Geez.
You're right.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for them to mature.
Yeah. Yeah, that whole 25-year-old thing, Matt, I don't know. I mean, I guess, but then if it's 25, then nobody should be in the military until they're 25. How about that?
I would agree. Like you said, no drinking, don't buy cigarettes.
Yeah. But then, thank you, Matt, appreciate it. But then what good is life if you can't have weed, have booze? Listen. The human condition always is one of always wanting to, what's the word? You want to medicate yourself. It's okay. I've had people write me in and text me, oh, you're just anti-pot. No, I'm not anti-pot. But when this whole thing was being discussed, when was weed legalized in the state? 3 years ago, I think, 2022 or 23, whatever. And we did a bunch of shows on the way up there. I had studio guests. I had guests on the phone, for or against. And you kind of knew it was going to happen. And I get that. I understand that. But how deep was the discussion in that? And this is kind of rhetorically, I'm asking this, but everything centered on money going to disadvantaged neighborhoods. And by the way, have we heard any of that? Remember leading up to this, and I'm not saying it's not happening. But if it is happening, wouldn't you think that we would hear more about this? And maybe if it is happening, the governor and the legislature need to have more people there to tell people it's happening. What I'm talking about is, remember how we were told, well, all the marijuana money, and it's good to entrepreneurship in some disadvantaged neighborhoods, and it's going to lift the neighborhoods. Has any of that happened? Maybe it has. We sure haven't heard about it, have we? Maybe there's been an article or 2 or 3 or 5, but I'm being dead serious here because I warned you at the time, if they're selling this like it's going to be some sort of great godsend for minority neighborhoods, don't believe it. Because invariably, if something is cranking out money, some big companies, like I guess Big Tobacco is doing in some spots, they're on the marijuana bandwagon now. Nothing nothing wrong with that as long as it's legal. Everything's done above board. But we were told 2, 3, 4 years ago, oh my God, this is the money and the entrepreneurship, and what? Is it happening? I know there's some sort of a council or something or some sort of body that's supposed to redirect this money. So one of 2 things is happening. Either it's not happening or it is happening, and the people that push this through are doing a really bad or maybe an absolutely non-existent job of telling us about it. I don't know. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So it's not that when these topics come up, I'm anti-weed. Because when legislators and forces in Hartford do their stuff, it's not that they're pro-marijuana. They're pro-money, and that's okay. They're pro-revenue. And there's nothing wrong with that. Part of being a legislator or a mayor or a congressman or president, whatever, you have to worry about money. I get it. But stop selling this stuff like it's going to be great for neighborhoods. Oh, my God. You know? Concentrate on other things, like maybe fixing that. Here's another thing I read the other day. Well, maybe we'll fix the law. And our friend Megan Portfolio talked about this. That law that upped our bottle return deposit to 10 cents. When the other states are only 5 cents. And remember, people warned the General Assembly, hey, if you do this, you're going to have people coming over the state lines. And that's what they're doing right now. And instead of, getting 5 cents back from where they got the things in, Rhode Island or New Jersey or New York State or Massachusetts, they get 10 cents back here because we wrote a bad law. Oh, but the General Assembly, they're looking into ways to fix it. Well, they're going to do weight limits now. And they're going to limit people. I read this the other day. There'll be a 5 or a 10,000 can or bottle limit every day or every week. Really? I have an idea. How about lowering it back to 5 cents? What? Lowering something in Connecticut? Dear God, that simply cannot happen. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross southbound, a crash between exit 50 and the West Rock Tunnel has things backed up through Hamden. Lower Fairfield County 95 north, solid 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield Parkway northbound is a little bit easier. And then Kraus with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Friday sunny with a high near 50. A few early showers Saturday. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful. My grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years, and as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
News coming up. Hey, how about all the progress they're making in straightening out the Homeland Security mess? What a mess. What a freaking mess. You Democrats, seriously, I'm sorry if you're yelling at me now, but how did they not realize how bad they screwed up with the Obamacare extension of tax subsidies? They got nothing out of that. Nothing. They shot themselves in both feet, both ankles, and both knees. And they're doing it again. They're talking about smaller airports, shutting down. You've heard on CBS News today some TSA people who are not getting paid. God bless them, the ones that are still showing up for work. I wouldn't. Now they're saying that the lines that are 3 and 4 hours long are going to be double that. Why? Because the Democrats in Washington are too wrapped up in ICE. No, listen to me very carefully. Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, listen to me. Nobody cares about ICE right now. Doesn't mean they don't care about ICE, but right now, the American people consume what is in front of them. Have you heard anything outside of this congressional cluster? You know what? Have you heard anything about ICE on television recently? In the last couple 3 weeks? No. So again, I understand the intentions. ICE needs to be refined a little bit, tuned up. Let's straighten things out. Make sure people don't get killed. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that's not important. But God, thank God, I don't fly a lot. I haven't flown in like 4 or 5 years. Thank God. Can you imagine these airport lines doubling? Can Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries be this dumb? God, I hope not. Jeez, wake up.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Just in, police in Barcelona have confirmed that a body found by divers is that of University of Alabama student James Gracie. Gracie, a 20-year-old from suburban Chicago, disappeared on Tuesday while on spring break. Near Israel's northern port city of Haifa, air raid sirens sounded and lightning strikes were seen in the sky near an oil refinery. Earlier, an Iranian missile attack hit Israel's oil refineries in Haifa but did not cause significant damage, according to Israel's energy ministry. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says in an address to his country,
"The death cult in Iran is trying to blackmail the world by closing a key international maritime route, the Straits of Hormuz. It won't work."
An awkward moment in the Oval Office today as Japan's prime minister met with President Trump. CBS's Linda Kenyon.
President Trump praised Japan as a great friend of the United States. When a member of the Japanese press asked him, why didn't you tell U.S. allies in Europe, Asia, and Japan about the war before attacking Iran?
We didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise.
And then came this.
Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay, why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay?
Adding due to the element of surprise, the U.S. knocked out more than 50% of Iran's military assets in the first 2 days of the war. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
National Intelligence Director Tulsi Gabbard and other intel officials spent a second day on Capitol Hill facing more sharp questions on the Iran war. Democratic Congressman Jim Hines of Connecticut says in his opening remarks,
"Not one of your agencies has produced a single report saying that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States."
Director Gabbard reiterated her earlier testimony that President Trump was responsible for determining whether Iran posed an imminent threat to the U.S. based on the intelligence community's assessments. FBI Director Kash Patel and Attorney General Pam Bondi are named in a lawsuit filed by 2 fired agents. Details from CBS's Sarah Lynch.
They have filed a lawsuit against the Justice Department and the FBI and its leaders, alleging they were wrongfully terminated merely because they worked on a case that is politically charged that the president does not like. Both of them allege that they have never had any problems. They were never accused of any misconduct. They had good ratings for the work that they did, but because of the nature of the case that they worked on in the course of their duties as agents, they were summarily fired.
Stocks have closed down on Wall Street. The Dow has fallen 203 points, NASDAQ down 62. This is CBS News.
Join Adriana Diaz and Kelly O'Grady for the perfect start to your weekend. Ease into your Saturday with CBS Saturday Morning on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. So when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the one you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn safe listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
3 bills impacting children were passed in the legislature this week. The first bill would require homeschool families to show proof they are providing, quote, equivalent instruction to their children. But Fairfield Democratic State Representative Jennifer Leeper clarified that they're not trying to tell homeschool parents what to teach.
We're not even saying we're approving your curriculum or we're analyzing what your child's doing. We are just asking, you have to show us that you are in fact doing something.
A push to pass the homeschool bill was made after 2 cases of child abuse were discovered by parents who were allegedly homeschooling their children. The 2 other bills were passed by the Public Health Committee regarding vaccines. They would give the Public Health Commission more freedom to purchase vaccines, even though they are no longer recommended by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Department of Public Health Commissioner Dr. Manisha Juthani spoke about the changes.
What we have added to this particular bill is to also be informed by the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology, since pregnant populations are slightly different, and we need to think about that, and any other medical societies. So established medical groups who are evaluating this information.
And hundreds of people were on hand for a hearing on expanding early parole. Lawmakers are considering a proposal that would allow earlier parole for people who committed crimes under the age of 26. The state eliminated life sentences without parole for people 17 or younger in 2015. In 2023, lawmakers raised the age to 21. Proponents also brought up findings in the neuroscience field showing the brain does not fully develop until the age of 25. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north up to an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Definitely some breaks along the way. The lower Merritt slow ride starts in New Canaan. Wilbur Cross southbound ahead. The residual delays North Haven and Hampton heading down towards the tunnel from an earlier issue that has been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause at WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Friday, sunny and milder with a high near 50. Saturday, a few showers early. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, the 4 o'clock banana has been consumed. I'm all stacked up now for the last 2 hours of the program. I've got my potassium load for the day. I've got my vitamins. I've got my sugar. I've got my carbs. I've got my soluble fiber. I'm all set, man. Can you tell? Don't I sound different from the last time we talked in the 3 o'clock hour? All right, 203-333. 9422 333 WICC. So, our question of the day today: should the state of Connecticut, or as the great Governor Bill O'Neill used to say, as I covered him back in the 80s, the state of Connecticut, God bless Bill O'Neill, bartender himself, but behind the scenes, he knew how to handle sides that didn't get along. The late, great Bill O'Neill, should the state allow some higher THC levels in some legal marijuana products? And the reason we're asking that is because a bill cleared a committee on Monday that would allow some marijuana to be sold in Connecticut that normally would not be able to be sold because the THC level is too high. Currently, we have a 35% ceiling on THC, and when you consider that it used to be like 5 or 6% when you and I were smoking. So the complaint here is that some marijuana growers are saying, hey, if the THC level in my product is too high, I have to throw it out. So majority Democrats on this committee said, well, okay, maybe we should let them consider selling it. Just put a high potency label on it. Now, I happen to think that we could probably do without high potency marijuana. I mean, just me. Maybe I'm the old guy in the corner. I don't know. I haven't screamed, get off of my lawn to somebody recently. So what do you think? Should the state allow some higher THC levels in some legal marijuana products to be sold? And this, they say, might improve the market as well. Chris Williams has snuffed out the marijuana he was smoking a little while ago and has these answers that he found.
Only if I get a higher alcohol content in my beer from Michael. But seriously, it's already questionable to make marijuana legal in the state to make it more powerful with people driving under the influence. I don't think we should be doing that. Steve says the answer can only be yes, please. Honestly, Connecticut dispensaries are too expensive. Helene says, so I heard we rank number 14 on the most death of people on highway accidents. That's what we need, more THC. You cannot make that up. Kelly says, just no, people can't handle it as it is. And Sam says, since they tax by the potency, I can see why the state wants to increase. As someone who works in the cannabis industry, THC percentage isn't as important as everyone seems to believe.
Yeah, but and she's right there. But the thing is, her previous remark there was right. There's some of the cost is based on the potency. You know, just the way that, you know, some alcohols are. And I've been kind of going back and forth online with some friends of mine saying, hey, why not? We know enough about marijuana. Well, I don't think we do. Again, there is no, and again, this is not me being anti-pot. It's not. But we still, with all the technology we have, we still don't know. As we do with alcohol. Alcohol, we have a defined level, 0.08% blood alcohol level. Just about every state is at that. Connecticut's thinking of 0.05, which I think is a mistake, but we'll go into that when it comes up again because it will. But 0.08%, that everybody, if you say, hey, he's lucky he wasn't at 0.08, we know what that means. There's no standard for marijuana. So the notion that the state would even consider selling higher potency marijuana stuff without some sort of a standardized good marijuana DUI test in my mind, is just nuts.
When we say you can listen to the voice of Connecticut anywhere, we really mean it. You can stream us at work or listen in your car. And that's just on your phone. We've totally redesigned our smartphone app, and now it's easier to use. Listen live, find podcasts, keep up to date with everything going on in Connecticut, and it's still totally free. Just go to your app store now and search for WICC.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff from Melissa in the Morning, and when I talk to local nonprofits, their biggest challenge is getting donations that have the greatest impact on the people or animals who rely on them. Can I recommend to any nonprofit listening right now to check out shoppinganyway.com and sign up for a free, no-obligation trial of this communications tool. You can list the items your nonprofit actually needs, then supporters can open the app, see your wish list, and purchase those items directly for you. Check out shoppinganyway.com to get connected today.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance. And don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us. So even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Spring is in the air at Gusto Trattoria in Milford for this season of Lent. Come to Gusto for lunch or dinner. Enjoy Lent specials, including special seafood dishes, homemade pastas, daily specials, and every Tuesday night, Gusto's famous pasta cheese wheel from 5 to 9. Plus, time to book Gusto's private party rooms for your upcoming family celebrations and business events. Gusto will handle all the details. Come enjoy Gusto Trattoria in Milford, 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. The art of Italian living. GustoTrattoria.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north up to an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Definitely some breaks along the way. The lower Merritt slow ride starts in New Canaan. Wilbur Cross southbound heavy residual delays North Haven and Hampton heading down towards the tunnel from an earlier issue that has been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's across the WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Friday, sunny with a high near 50. A few early showers Saturday. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
WICC 695.9, where for the past 100 years, we've been the voice of Connecticut.
Okay, back to open telephones in just a bit at 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Talk about this big homeschooling bill. Some people are loving it. Some people are hating it. Other people are in the middle going, I don't know. Is the devil in the details? And joining us right now to talk about this, somebody who had a committee vote on this yesterday, the bill passing out of the Education Committee, and the ranking Republican is joining us from the committee. State Rep Leslie Zupkus, been on the program here and on the station numerous times, representing parts of Bethany, Waterbury, Cheshire, and Prospect. Leslie, hi, it's Paul again. How are you?
Hi, Paul. I'm great. Thank you. How you doing?
Good. 26-20 vote. Couple three Democrats voting no. Antonio Felipe in Bridgeport. I know Trenae McGee in West Haven. There might have been another one. Are you surprised here? First of all, let me know if you're surprised. Then I want to go over the individual parts here. Was it a foregone conclusion this was going to get out of the committee or not?
I always thought it was going to get out of the committee. I didn't know it was going to be so close, and I think it was actually closer. But so it was. Hopefully, it is a wake-up call to say people are speaking up, and we need to listen to them.
All right, couple of things in this bill. I know there are two things people are concerned about, Leslie. The reporting aspect of this, bringing in maybe DCF. And then the part that actually, I told my listeners, Leslie, worries me more, the curriculum part. Now, let's take part one here. As is written, somebody, if they decided to take their child out for private school, charter school, homeschooling, what the procedure would still, as it's written, would still involve DCF, correct?
Yes. So the school would call SDE and they would contact DCF, and you have someone from DCF reviewing records saying this child can be pulled out of school or not.
So looking at that, Leslie, do you think that unfairly, as many homeschoolers think now, and they've told me this on the show, they think it's kind of a roundabout, a backdoor way to establish a list of homeschoolers, supposing some treachery, that doesn't exist. You feel that way on this?
Of course it's a list. They're going to know everybody who pulls their kid out of school for whatever reason. The issue is calling DCF. So, Paul, you pull your kid out of school, I'm going to call DCF, and what can I find on Paul? Now, if it's opposite and the school is aware of the children in DCF, then let's take a look at it. And then they can determine whether you can pull your kid out of school or not. Mm-hmm. And, if you're going to do something really evil and you're an evil person, you're just never going to send your kid to school. That's not going to solve any of the horrific things that happen.
And Leslie, as I understand it, wasn't there early on in this some sort of disagreement as to whether or not that contact between the Board of Education of the state and DCF would even be legal? Didn't somebody bring that up a week or two ago, right?
Yes, and even the departments don't even think it's legal. So this bill is just a huge problem, and there are going to be many lawsuits. It's not legal. Both departments have said that.
State Rep Leslie Zupkus, the ranking member on the General Assembly's Education Subcommittee, joins us now. The part that Leslie and Sutton, now this is just me, the part that worries me even more about this, or that's kind of nebulous, is the curriculum part of this, where I read part of it on the air to my listeners, and I'm like, sounds like there's a lot of maybe wiggle room here. What are your thoughts on this whole, this nebulous phrase of equivalent education? What is that? What does that mean?
I have a lot of thoughts on that, Paul.
Yeah. So go ahead.
What is it? What is it? Number one.
Yeah.
What is it equivalent to? Is it equivalent to Bridgeport, Prospect, Waterbury, Greenwich, Darien, East Haddam? What is it equivalent to? Number one. Mm-hmm. And who is to determine? I bring my child in, or I don't even bring my child in. I submit paperwork for a test or something, and someone evaluates it. That number one is not trained to evaluate it. Board of Eds are elected people, and how are they going to evaluate this information? And what if they don't approve it? And then you're going to give me curriculum? I mean, what is the determination here? If they want equivalent instruction, supposedly equivalent to what? And that's a major part of problem of this bill.
Yeah, and Leslie, the whole because in other words, we know that whether we agree with parents or not, a lot of them take their kids out and they homeschool them. Mainly, a lot of those have told me over the years on a curriculum basis. So now suddenly somebody's going to be over their shoulder, whereas previously I know there were very little rules on that. Your child just had to pass an equivalency test at the end of the year or when they graduated from high school. So I don't know. The nebulousness, if that's a word, Leslie, of this thing kind of worries me a little bit. Sure,
it should. It should worry you. It is. There's so many bad things in this bill. It amazes me when I hear the chair say, "Oh, we are hearing testimony," and just in the committee yesterday, and we hear concerns. Yet here, 3,000 people spoke up, less than 50 for it, everyone else opposed to it, and they're running a bill that just has many problems, whether it's legality, like you pointed out, what is equivalent, are they wanting to evaluate and say you can pull your kid out or not, is it child safety? It's just a nightmare of a bill.
Now, finally, Leslie, you mentioned running a bill. I am shocked that they're doing this in an election year. Now, I don't know if they think this is not going to fly or whatever. Do you think this actually comes up for final votes in the House or Senate? Or is this maybe a little election year, hey, we hear you, but we're not going to really do this from the Democrats?
Paul, the cat is out of the bag at this point. Okay. If you would even run this bill, and Representative Leeper said she is the proponent of it. She has said that a couple of times, and I don't understand, power, control, because they have such a majority. What is it? People speak. We're supposed to listen to them, and they did not listen to the people.
Yeah. What was Leslie, finally, what was the overwhelming message you heard or took or legislators did on both sides when all these people, some of them, written testimony, a lot of them showed up in person? What was their overwhelming message that they tried to send to lawmakers on this?
Leave us alone. Fix your own house. Our kids are being educated through how we want to educate them, whether it's more of a religious God influence, whether it's I don't want my kids vaccinated, many different reasons. And it's just hands off our kids. Fix your own house. We have children in third grade, less than 50% reading on a third grade level. We should be concerned about that and focused on that, not about something that is outside of our house where the kids are thriving, quite honestly.
All right. State Rep Leslie Zubkas joining us, representing parts of Bethany, Waterbury, Cheshire, and Prospect. And she's the ranking member, the top Republican on the Education Committee. Leslie, good to chat with you again. Thanks, and we'll be in touch. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Bye. All right. Thanks. Leslie Zubkas there. Before we get news here from Chris at the bottom of the hour and CBS, this just breaking a little while ago, not really a surprise, but just to tell you, there is an official release that was just sent out a few minutes ago from the Bridgeport Islanders, the New York Islanders, together with the Oak View Group, announcing their intent to relocate the Bridgeport Islanders to Hamilton, Ontario, starting next season in the 26-27 season. Now, that relocation now requires an approval by the American Hockey League's Board of Governors. The return of pro hockey to Hamilton centers on a long-term agreement with the state-of-the-art TD Coliseum they have up there, operated by OVG. The 18,000-seat venue recently underwent a $300 million transformation. So, pending an okay from the American Hockey League's Board of Governors, the New York Islanders will relocate the Bridgeport Islanders to Hamilton, Ontario for next season.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north up to an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Definitely some breaks along the way. The lower Merritt slow ride starts in New Canaan. Wilbur Cross southbound heavy residual delays North Haven and Hampton heading down towards the tunnel from an earlier issue that has been cleared. Traffic report in is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's across the WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Friday, sunny and milder with a high near 50. Saturday, a few showers early. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I tell you, these guys don't miss a beat. Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and I'm talking about my friends at K&J Tree Service. They have aggressive winter discounts back for you to get in on. The snow may be falling, but so are the prices at K&J Tree Service. This winter, you can take advantage of K&J Tree Service's aggressive discounts. Whether you need tree trimming, removal, or stump grinding, they're offering aggressive winter discounts off of all of their services. They've got certified arborists ready to handle winter's toughest challenges with unmatched safety and efficiency. So don't wait for the thaw. Protect your property and your wallet right now with K&J Tree Service. Call them directly for a free estimate and unbeatable savings. K&J is there every step of the way during the entire process from start to finish, ensuring you are happy. And it starts with that free tree risk assessment we talk about all the time. K&J Tree Service has the staff, equipment, and expertise to keep your family, home, and property safe. Go to kjtreeservice.com and book that free assessment today. That's kjtreeservice.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
PBS News Brief. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, during an address to his country, denies Israel dragged the U.S. into the war with Iran, says Israel acted alone in striking an Iran gas field, and
we are winning and Iran is being decimated. Iran's missile and drone arsenal is being massively degraded and will be destroyed.
Netanyahu also says Iran's blackmail by closing the Strait of Hormuz won't work. A winter heat wave has hit Southern California and stretches to Phoenix and Las Vegas and Albuquerque. Ed Kane lives in Las Vegas.
You need to take a break. I mean, there's no sense in killing yourself. I mean, nobody wants heat stroke.
Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass has signed a proclamation changing Cesar Chavez Day to Farm Workers Day in light of sexual abuse allegations against the late labor leader.
We are going to have to take a look at a variety of things, including the naming of holidays, of buildings.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
6 Bridgeport residents are under arrest after stealing a car in Orange and then fleeing from police in Trumbull as officers attempted to detain them. Police say the car was stolen in Orange, and police in Monroe spotted the car several hours afterward. The car became disabled near the Route 25 exit ramp to Park Street in Trumbull, and when officers approached, the suspects fled. The suspects have been identified as 21-year-old Aiden Garrett, 20-year-olds Malik Medina and Shaheem Medina, 18-year-old Paldino Henry, and 2 juveniles. According to a post in Hearst Media, all suspects were charged with possession of stolen credit cards, theft of a motor vehicle, third-degree burglary, and other related counts. Garrett was held on a $100,000 bond after failing to appear in court on an unrelated weapons charge out of Bridgeport. Milford police are saying a homeless man started a fire at a homeless encampment and killed another man over an argument about alcohol. 54-year-old Matthew Keeley is accused of starting the fire at the homeless encampment behind Lowe's on Old Gate Lane in Milford last August. Fire officials say their investigation determined that the fire had been intentionally set by human hand. Officers say Keeley allegedly pounded on the door of 57-year-old Joseph Kane's cabin demanding his booze. When they arrived on scene, Kane's cabin was fully engulfed and Kane was inside, having been strangled. They say Keeley became combative and detained him. Keeley faces multiple charges and is being held on $2 million bond. Officials in Fairfield are trying to figure out ways to adhere to the 830G law in the state while also requesting a 5-year extension of the town's existing affordable housing moratorium with which to provide more local control. The goal is to see what kind of housing can be developed and where it will be built. The idea would be to accumulate enough housing equivalency points for a total of 330 to qualify for an extension. Officials plan to submit an application within 6 months prior to the end of the moratorium. The Energy and Technology Committee has advanced legislation that could alter the current proposed sale of the Aquarion Water Company to the Regional Water Authority. Aquarion is currently under the oversight of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, commonly known as PURA, which has jurisdiction over investor-owned utilities, although the proposed sale would remove that oversight. Greenwich State Senator Ryan Fazio, who is also a declared Republican candidate for governor, called for support to get this new legislation, which would retain PURA oversight, passed quickly.
The governor and the leadership of the legislature need to intervene to expedite the passage of this bill. It has broad bipartisan support, and even more people behind closed doors than publicly admit that we need this oversight and that this deal is potentially very bad for utility customers in Western Connecticut.
Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have spoken out against the sale. Attorney General William Tong recently warned about the massive increases that customers could face if the deal goes through.
That'll raise rates by almost $6 billion and will double rates in less than 9 years. This is not in the public interest.
PURA is set to make a ruling on the sale by March 25th. A deadly workplace accident this morning in Hamden is being investigated. A man was trapped in a gravel machine at a landscaping and masonry plant. First responders got him out of the machine at Modern Metals Corporation on State Street. However, authorities said the man went into cardiac arrest and was pronounced dead at the scene. Hundreds of Connecticut residents are calling for an end to abortion. An estimated 1,500 people gathered at the state capitol in Hartford Wednesday for the annual March for Life. The event included religious groups, conservative activists, lawmakers, and students who oppose abortion. Lawmakers are considering installing speed cameras on major state highways. Guilford Democratic State Senator Christine Cohen told WTNH-TV News 8 the state was recently ranked 14th in the nation for high-speed related fatalities.
Connecticut has some of the highest speed-related crash fatalities in the country. We're actually number 14. I have 3 children myself. I worry about them every day being out on the roadways.
The cameras would be an effort by the Transportation Committee, which Cohen chairs, to make roads safer. A bill was unanimously approved by the committee that would issue citations to drivers caught on camera going 15 miles per hour over the speed limit and issue $75 tickets. The DOT and Department of Emergency Services would work together to determine where to place the cameras. And Connecticut's Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal is refusing to support Mark Wayne Mullen as the new Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Mullen was nominated by President Trump to replace Kristi Noem. His nomination hearing was held on Wednesday. Blumenthal used his 7 minutes of questioning to ask about immigration enforcement. He told the Connecticut Mirror that he thought Mullen's answers gave a little more clarity after describing his written responses as, quote, somewhat ambiguous. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north up to an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Definitely some breaks along the way. The lower Merritt slow ride starts in New Canaan. Wilbur Cross southbound heavy residual delays North Haven and Hampton heading down towards the tunnel from an earlier issue that has been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Friday, sunny with a high near 50. A few early showers Saturday. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
The place to come for live and local Connecticut talk. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, as we just told you right here on WICC, we kind of knew this was happening. When teams move, it's not really a secret or stunning because you have to clear it with the league and you got to find a building. So, this will be it for the Bridgeport Islanders. Yeah. The New York Islanders, together with a group called the Oak View Group in Canada, has announced they will relocate the Bridgeport American Hockey League team starting for next year, the 2026-2027 season. Now, this was rumored. They've had an 18,000-seat building in Hamilton for years. It's undergoing a $300 million renovation. Hamilton has tried to get a National Hockey League team for years, but there's a territorial thing going on there. So no surprise there. Sad, you don't like when teams leave, but they do. Understand something. Teams are businesses. At least professional teams are. The Islanders are in what is called the American Hockey League, which is the top. It's a professional league, but it's a minor, and I hate to use minor. It's a farm team of the New York Islanders. Just the way the Hartford Wolfpack are the top farm team of the New York Rangers. The way for years, if you're like me, you grew up at the New Haven Coliseum. Yes, it was a dump, but it was our dump. And we loved our dump at the Coliseum for the years that the Nighthawks were the top team of the Minnesota North Stars and the Rangers one year and the LA Kings a few years. So, listen, it is what it is. And apparently the Connecticut Sun are gone after this season. Connecticut's a funky place. We don't do real well. Now, some pro teams do well, The Connecticut Sun doing okay, but you're not going to be able to make money in the new WNBA with the contract they sold. No major league advertiser, no corporate sponsor says, I got to have signage in Uncasville, Connecticut. No, nobody's going to say that. 203-333-9422-333-WICC. But fear not, you hockey fans in the area, Lower New Haven County, Fairfield County, there's a lot of great hockey still in this state. Of course, you got the Wolfpack in Hartford. You've got great college hockey. I've told you, if you've never seen a college hockey game, go. I just wrapped up another year, my association with Sacred Heart. Great people there. Love doing their games on television. On Flow Sports and SNY. We were on Amazon Prime the other night. I didn't know. Yes, my fat mug was on Amazon Prime. How about that? But you got Sacred Heart, you got Quinnipiac, Yale, and UConn as well. Phil is with us in Derby. Hey, Phil, good afternoon. How are you, sir?
Hey, Phil. Hey, Paul, how you doing?
What's up, Phil?
A couple of things. Well, first of all, look, let's go Mets.
Yeah, it's that time of the year. Pretty soon, next week. The season starts on the 25th.
Hey, this may be before you were born.
Yeah.
First of all, before I make any small talk.
Yeah.
This the homeschooling.
Yeah.
Paul, I'm in my 80s.
Okay.
My wife's in her 70s.
All right.
The reason our rear ends, I got these thieves. If I get 150 gallons of oil, I'm holding off. I got a maybe a quarter tank.
Okay.
We got this down into the low 60s because these thieves, 150 gallons, Paul.
Yeah.
$900.
Okay.
I can't do it, Paul.
Okay.
I can't do it.
All right, but don't give me a company. Don't start naming companies. Just okay. So it was 150 gallons was $900. Oh my God.
Between 800 and 900 today. If I went down the list, I checked. I got a list on the internet. Shows all 169 towns. They're all in this together. I know they have to pay more when they go down a frontage road to fuel up.
Yeah.
No, I mean, God bless the homeschoolers and everything. But, Paul, we got thousands of seniors in this state.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and a good portion, like my wife and myself, we heat with oil.
Yeah.
Please, I know you guys have your priorities when you get together at the beginning of the day, and this homeschooling seems to be a pretty hot issue. You know what?
Yeah.
I want to say I don't care, but Jesus, my daughter's 57. She's in Florida.
No, I get
We're in our 70s and 80s.
I get it, Phil. It's okay.
Look, we need help over here in all across the state.
I know.
Homeschooling is great. God Almighty. Maybe in my next life, but not this one. But anyway,
you're killing me, Phil.
Let me rewind a little bit. Remember, I think last time I told you about the taxes. We're talking about the senior exemptions and everything.
Yeah.
I did a video thing, which I never did. I had to get instructions on how to get on it. Tuesday, they had to do the tax board meeting, second Tuesday of every month.
Yeah.
Anyway, first of all, I won't name any names.
Oh, don't,
I initially called the mayor's office, but unfortunately, he was too busy to talk to me or answer my call. He handed it off to his wonderful assistant.
All right.
I don't know if I can mention. They were terrific. His assistants are great.
Okay.
How to get on? So I announced I have the list. I have all the. I did a lot of research. Many states, Paul. There's so many states.
Oh, senior exemption. Yeah.
It may not be total, but some of them are pretty good.
Yeah.
So anyway, I got to tell you, this is funny. I never did this before. It's a video thing, so I could see them while I'm talking to them.
Okay.
I see the mayor sitting at the front of the tax board, sitting right in front, and the only thing I could say is, unfortunately, the mayor didn't have the time.
Okay.
To get back to me.
All right.
However, being a Vietnam era veteran, and my wife says, "Well, you shouldn't." I said, "No." I said, "Look." I got an exemption in I think it was 70, when I got out, 65, 66.
Yeah.
Here in Vietnam. I was a Vietnam era veteran.
Okay.
Anyway, I got an exemption in 1965.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
Same exemption. It's 66. I got out the end of 65, 66. It's 60 years, Paul, this year.
Yeah.
Same exemption. I told them that.
So it hasn't changed. So it hasn't. You get it every year for 60 years?
It's a veteran's exemption.
Yeah. All right.
From year one, however.
Okay.
When I got out of the Army at 22, 23?
Yeah.
I didn't even own a car or a house. But forget a house. My dad found me a beautiful 62 Chevy. Wish I had that today. That's worth some money.
Yeah.
God bless him. 1 in a million. This guy was a great man. Anyway.
Yeah.
Said, fast forward 60 years, they didn't say anything. And I had to leave it off with them. I know you're busy. I'll let you go.
All right.
I said, look, I got called. I didn't go to Canada. They asked me. I went in. I served my country. I said, that's a lot more we can say for a lot of the people in this room.
Yeah.
Good night, and God bless you all.
All right. All right, Phil, I do have to run. Phil, good to hear from you, man. Phil in Derby there. Phil, God bless you. You got you're doing videos now, Phil. Phil, set up your own channel. Make somebody set up a channel for you on YouTube. Phil from Derby. Give them hell.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that Sage Healthcare is a free multidisciplinary community clinic embedded with the Bridgeport Rescue Mission? Sage Healthcare, no cost, no barriers, just healthcare.
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Let your donation restore hope. bridgeportrescuemission.org.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Are you struggling with hearing loss? Do friends and family complain that your TV is too loud? Are you tired of asking people to repeat themselves? If you want to hear clearly again, but don't want a bulky hearing aid that makes you look old, you need to try Atom X by Audion Hearing. The Atom X is a life-changing breakthrough, precisely designed by top audio engineers, fits comfortably in your ear, is nearly invisible, and lets you adjust your sound so you can hear conversations clearly, at home, at dinner, or on the go. And right now, you can try the Atom X risk-free for 45 days. Call Audion Hearing now at 800-741-HEAR. That's HEAR for a 45-day risk-free home trial with free shipping and money-back guarantee. The Atom X is lightweight, rechargeable, practically invisible, and costs 90% less than prescription hearing aids. Don't miss out. Call 800-741-HEAR for complete details. That's 800-741-4327. Hearing for everyone. Audion Hearing.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC's 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks finished lower, but off the day's lows as the market digested a wide variety of news items, not the least of which is Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu suggesting the war could last less time than originally thought, pointing out that Iran's ballistic missile capability and nuclear enrichment abilities have been destroyed. He also suggested that Israel could help the United States reopen the Straits of Hormuz, while U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said sanctions on Iranian oil at sea could be lifted, helping to push down the price of oil on the day, which fell $1.75 here at home. That allowed stocks to close off the lows of the day. The Dow down a little more than 100 points. The S&P down 0.25%. The Nasdaq down about a third. Big losses in gold today, down $252 to $4,644. Silver was down more than $5 to $6.65 an ounce. As the markets digested all this news, it was still a great deal of uncertainty around the outcome of the war, whether or not the United States would be moving troops into the region, all of that an open question, but there seemed to be some relief style news that allowed the market to rally off the lows, I should say, today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Premier northbound accident on the Sikorsky Bridge. Parking lot starts back at Route 8. 95 northbound, a solid hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. New Haven, 91 south. You are jamming from exit 6 all the way down through the merge and through Long Wharf. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Friday, sunny and milder with a high near 50. Saturday, a few showers early. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Where Connecticut comes for live and local talk. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, just word made official. Again, no big surprise, but all things lining up for the Bridgeport Islanders to be leaving the Park City as soon as this season is over. They will relocate next year, pending the Board of Directors' approval of the from the American Hockey League to Hamilton, Ontario. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We'll have more coverage on this. Coming up tomorrow, I'll tap into a couple of my experts in the hockey world and also in the the sports business world to comment on this. We did have somebody send in a message here to me. Good question here. We go back to the homeschooling scenario here in this big bill that aims to regulate homeschooling. You have to understand something. Connecticut, it's odd, is one of the least, being a blue state, being a generally progressive state, Connecticut has one of the fewest levels of homeschooling in the country. And a lot of homeschooling parents and advocates say, see, you don't need it. Now, the question is, why is this happening? Is there a genuine fear that homeschooling is being used to cover up abuse? Or do the stats not really show that? And do the anti-homeschooling people, and there are anti-homeschooling people, trust me. You have the the social justice warriors who are mad that some kids avoid some social justice teachings about, 18 different genders and all that, and the genders of fruit flies and, drag time story hours. And then there are the teachers' unions who don't like it because if every kid that's not in the classroom for a public school, there's not money allocated for that. Somebody messaged me here, why would we add another burden on the DCF agency when part of the concern or reason for these incidents to go unchecked was due to a lack of resources, underfunding, and systemic failures of DCF in the first place? And to the person who sent that in to me, that's a major talking point for the people who say, hey, we're okay. The homeschooling people, we're okay. There's not that many kids being homeschooled in the state. The number you get if you do Google and AI searches for this, because there is no real database here, is about 1,900. Now, there are two figures that if you search this, you get a figure of about 1,900 students at any active time being actively homeschooled. Then you get a figure of about 20 to 25,000 people, students, kids, moms, dads, grandmothers, grandpas, whatever, Nani, Nana, Nino, whatever, who belong to a Connecticut homeschooling network. So you get two really extreme numbers here, but the low number, the guess is about 1,900 homeschooled students. So to this person's question, DCF has plenty of problems. Do we want to bring them in here? And again, there are people who say, well, even if you ask DCF, for example, John and Mary Jones, hey, they pull their son or their daughter or their kids out of XYZ school. Do you have any open files on them? Hold on, let me check. No family by that name or address in our system. Okay. Now, the state legislators who are really behind this are going to say, well, see, that's not a problem. But what it does do is it assembles a database of homeschool kids, because there is no, now some people may say, what's wrong with having that database? I don't know. You can debate that from now till the cows come home. Where do the cows go, by the way, when they have to come home? So yeah, to that person, thank you. And again, the whole DCF thing. Remember with the Waterbury case and the Mimi Gonzalez case in New Britain? There's a lot of finger pointing here, so we'll see how this shakes out. I'm surprised they're bringing this up, that they would even move this bill in an election year. Yikes. Because, again, not only the governor and the lieutenant governor and the constitutional offices, you've got a bunch of people in the General Assembly, and if they're going to force through this bill, you move a couple of hundred votes in a specific district, that changes the winner.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Premier northbound accident on the Sikorsky Bridge. Parking lot starts back at Route 8. 95 northbound, a solid hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. New Haven, 91 south. You are jamming from exit 6 all the way down through the merge and through Long Wharf. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Friday, sunny with a high near 50. A few early showers Saturday. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Dine out for half price. It's Sweet Deals at voiceofct.com. Buy $50 gift cards for $25. $25 cards for $12.50. Purchase at voiceofct.com. Click Sweet Deals. Restaurants include Vazzi's, Joey C's Boathouse, Saloon Tapas Bar, Jacob's Pickles, Gusto, Tomo 68, Munch Eatery, Vinny's Deli, Lockworks Tavern and Saltbrick Prime, Frankie's Diner, Greer Southern Table, and Tavern on 7. Save 50%. Go to voiceofct.com. Click Sweet Deals.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Got some great messages from you people. Hey, Paul, if our legislators are so smart, why do people drive to Massachusetts to save money on pot, but out-of-staters drive here to make money on empty bottles? There you go. Thank you. You see, the people know. They know better than the ones that govern us. Somebody writes, hey, Paul, what are you looking for? High-potency Viagra? Whoa, what are we doing there? I'm talking about weed. I'm not talking about the little blue pills. Hey, Paul, can the governor write an executive order for the gas tax holiday to end when the war is over? How about that, huh?
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by JTV.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. The Iran war is escalating sharply after an Israeli strike on Iran's vast South Pars natural gas field. Iran is threatening zero restraint. President Trump is asked about putting U.S. troops on the ground.
The president was asked about sending U.S. troops.
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you. But I'm not putting troops.
Trump was speaking in the Oval Office as he met with Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi. He praised Japan's first-ever female prime minister, saying he's received assurances of support in the U.S.-led war against Iran.
They are really stepping up to the plate.
Unlike NATO, he said, the president did not specify how Japan is stepping up to the plate. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Authorities in Spain have found the body of a missing Illinois college student. CBS's Allison Keyes reports.
Police say they have found the body of 20-year-old James Jimmy Gracie in the water off of a Barcelona beach. He was vacationing in Spain and vanished 2 days ago. Gracie was a college student at the University of Alabama and never returned to the room he was renting with friends.
And also, we have that the unpaid TSA officers are still calling out sick during the standoff on Capitol Hill over Homeland Security funding, which has led to the partial government shutdown. Now, the nationwide call-out rate was higher yesterday than it was on Tuesday, but not as high as Monday's number of just over 10%. TSA officer Sherrod Green works at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport.
Lawmakers, listen, we're not Republicans, we're not Democrats, we're not independents. We're just people that come to work every day to do our job. And all we expect you guys to do is do your job.
A heat wave lingers in parts of California, Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico, setting some records for this man in Santa Maria, California.
A hat, long pants, long sleeves, sunblock is huge. But the main thing for me is to cover up.
The Supreme Court honors the late Justice Sandra Day O'Connor at a meeting of the Supreme Court's bar. O'Connor was the first woman on the bench appointed by President Ronald Reagan and confirmed unanimously in 1981. Duke Law professor Lisa Kern-Griffin is a former high court clerk.
I think Justice O'Connor's defining virtue was her generosity. She was very quick to give other people both the credit and the benefit of the doubt.
Justice O'Connor retired in 2006 and died in 2023. Just days before the Sunday premiere, ABC has canceled its already filmed season of The Bachelorette starring Taylor Frankie Paul due to an alleged incident of domestic abuse involving her ex-boyfriend. This is CBS News.
Looking for spring jewelry looks? Find them at Jewelry Television. New customers get $20 off purchases of $99 or more at jtv.com.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up jtv.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at jtv.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. So when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the one you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
It's official, the Bridgeport Islanders will be relocating. In a news release just an hour ago, the New York Islanders announced that they will be relocating the franchise to Hamilton, Ontario, for the start of the 2026-2027 season. The team began its tenure in the Park City as the Bridgeport Sound Tigers before becoming affiliated with the Islanders. New York will work with Bridgeport for a successful transition. The relocation now needs to be approved by the American Hockey League's Board of Governors. A deadly workplace accident this morning in Hamden is being investigated. A man was trapped in a gravel machine at a landscaping and masonry plant. First responders got him out of the machine at Modern Metals Corporation on State Street. However, authorities said the man went into cardiac arrest and was pronounced dead at the scene. A Milford restaurant wants to make the public aware of a local scam. Bar 333 says a man called them claiming he ordered food with specific instructions for his child's allergies, but that the order was wrong and his child went to the hospital. He reportedly wanted a full refund. It's the second time this year that call was made. If you get that call, report it to your local police. And New Canaan is not allowing street dining this year. City officials informed local restaurants with a letter. Many restaurants have been providing outdoor dining since COVID and were planning to set up outdoor arrangements beginning in May. In a town meeting on Tuesday, the New Canaan Board of Selectmen said the outdoor option was never designed to be permanent. One restaurant owner said the outdoor option allows 20 extra seats during their busiest season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound accident on the Sikorsky Bridge. Parking lot starts back at Route 8. 95 northbound, a solid hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. New Haven, 91 south. You are jamming from exit 6 all the way down through the merge and through Long Wharf. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Friday, sunny and milder with a high near 50. Saturday, a few showers early. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey there, how are you? One more big hour to go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. If you are filling up your gas tank, or whatever tank you may have, your gasoline tank, I should say, not natural gas or liquid propane or anything like that, although they might be affected by this. But the current average price for gasoline in the great state of Connecticut, the People's Republic of Connecticut, regular will cost you on average $3.73.5. So make it $3.74 a gallon here. And a month ago, it was $2.90 a gallon. So 84 cents is the cost so far of the Middle East war. So you figure about 12 gallons. That's, again, I use the 12-gallon tank. Some smaller cars, some bigger cars, some are hybrids, whatever. So your fill-up is costing, again, today, if you're doing it, probably on average about $10, $9.50, $10 more. In Connecticut, the two most expensive spots, Windham County and Fairfield County. Fairfield County gas, $3.78.5 a gallon. Windham County, $3.75.6. Litchfield County, $3.69.9. New Haven, $3.70.4. So there you go. Oil prices have actually dropped a little bit in the past few minutes, heading up to 5 o'clock, $94.72 a barrel. So if you invested early this morning, you lost money today. You're down about 1% today. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk with John McKinney coming up in just a bit. But the big story today I wanted to tell you all about, well, we told you about the Bridgeport Islanders, the American Hockey League's top affiliate of the New York Islanders, making it official today. It's what we all thought what was going to happen. This started to rattle the trees about a year ago. They are moving to Hamilton, Ontario. So this is the final season, at least in this iteration of professional hockey in Bridgeport. You still have a lot of college teams around here, Sacred Heart, UConn, Yale, Quinnipiac, and all that. And of course, in Hartford, you still have the Hartford Wolfpack. Hey, listen, times change. Demographics change. Even the idea of going to a live sporting event, that changes. Nothing stays static. So, you would have to say, now, nobody likes to see them leaving, but, the Sound Tigers / Islanders had a pretty good run here for, 24 years, 25 years, whatever it is. I could be wrong there. The other big story today is I was asking your thoughts on this. There is a notion that we may pass a law. Now, again, this is a long way from being passed, but committee voting, majority Democrats voting a bill out of committee earlier in the week, that would allow higher potency legal marijuana products to be sold here in the state. Now, we have a 35% THC limit on marijuana flowers and plants or whatever, but if it's over that, they cannot be sold. Presently, now there would be an idea to say, hey, let's allow these to be sold on what's called a high potency label. Why would you want to do that? Seriously, why would you want to do that? And I know people are saying, well, let's just have alcohol, booze. Just stop with the booze thing. Stop. Marijuana and alcohol are different. We've known about booze for a few hundred years. We know about alcohol consumption. We have a designated number, 0.08% blood alcohol level for an impairment. We can test that with a blood draw, or we can test it with a breathalyzer. There are no portable tests that are uniform for marijuana. We still, and I've got people arguing with me about it online today, no, there is still no universally accepted test, whether it's a blood test or a mouth swab or whatever, for pot. And that's okay. We'll eventually figure it out. But now is not the time for the People's Republic of Connecticut to say, we don't have a problem with this. Yeah, we know people are drinking and experimenting with other stuff, chewables, edibles. Let's sell even more high-potency marijuana.
Put your finest green on and join WICC at the biggest and best St. Patrick's Day parades in Connecticut. This Sunday, join WICC at the Greenwich St. Patrick's Day Parade, starting at 2. Find parade routes at voiceofct.com and bring your family for floats, marching bands, and all this St. Patty's Day fun with WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Trying to lose weight on your own? Stop guessing and start seeing results with Medi Weight Loss. You'll meet face-to-face with experienced providers who create a personalized plan built around you, including nutrition guidance, coaching, and prescription options when medically appropriate. And now they've lowered their pricing to help more people get started. Your first month of a GLP-1 medication is available for as low as $99. Visit MediWeightLoss.com to find your nearest Connecticut location and book your free assessment today.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
The silence of fresh powder. The power to get there. Discover the new Land Rover Defender at Land Rover Fairfield. Geared for epic days with top-tier equipment from CB Sportif in Westport. Master the season. Adventure calls.
I'm Keith Trantolo from the law firm of Trantolo & Trantolo. As any local can tell you, when the weather turns nasty, things can get dangerous. Snow and ice piling up makes stairs, sidewalks, and streets more slick, leading to injuries. There you are, minding your own business, and bam, you slip and fall because somebody didn't keep their walkway clear. If you get hurt and you're battling the insurance company to get the help you deserve, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
For the best FCAC high school basketball coverage, tune in Sunday morning at 11 a.m. for Nothing But Net. Every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Nothing But Net, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food, served fast.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour crunch through Fairfield. The worst of the congestion is north of Norwalk Parkway. Lower Merritt is the way to go. In New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hampton down into the tunnel. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Sale on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Friday, sunny with a high near 50. A few early showers Saturday. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Trumbull's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, great to have you with us. We'll wrap this whole thing up with some open phones, some stories from the News Digest coming up, though. First, every Thursday at this time, former Republican State Senate Leader John McKinney joins us. You see him also every Sunday morning at 10. Tom Dudchick and the boys there and the gals there on the Capitol Report on News 8. Hey, John, good afternoon, man. How are you?
I'm doing great, Paul. How are you?
I'm good, John, and I'm watching from afar what's going on here at the Capitol. I know you probably have thoughts on that. Boy, John, this homeschooling bill, this passionate debate here, this scenario things in an election year is just mind-boggling to me. You have people worried about the registration part of this that brings DCF into it. I'm saying, hey, wait a minute. You know, this the curriculum part of this bill seems a little squishy. What have you gleaned from this, watching all this?
Well, I've gleaned it's going to be very controversial, and I want to just expand a little bit on, you called this the homeschooling bill. Yeah. It's actually the non-public school bill, because this bill also requires every parent who wants to send their child to a private parochial school, like a Catholic school, they have to show up in person at their school district office, sign a form saying that they are going to be enrolling their kid in a non-public school, and they have to show evidence that the kid is enrolled in that non-public school. So this is going to hit more than just the few thousand homeschoolers. This is going to hit a lot of parents in the state of Connecticut.
Yeah, and John, I listen, I understand. I try to play devil's advocate, and I understand people see those 2 or 3 tragic cases we had. But to me, you've got an even more confusing situation. You remember a couple of weeks ago where the education department even said, hey, it may be illegal for us to work with DCF. So, I mean, don't they figure this stuff out beforehand or not?
Not often. Paul, I think the problem with this whole conversation is that we're focusing on a very small percentage of kids who are homeschooled. Yeah. And yet you may have read, and a lot of your listeners may have read about a story that was published about a year or two ago of a UConn student who graduated from the Hartford Public School District and never learned how to read. So we have kids in our public school systems all across Connecticut who are not meeting standards in math and reading and writing, some horribly behind in those disciplines. And yet we're focusing on a few thousand kids who are homeschooled, putting burdens on parents who send their kids to private school. And it just seems like they've got everything backwards.
Yeah, and John, now look, we heard about the New Britain case, which was horrible. We heard about the Waterbury case, which was horrible. But that was kind of a nobody making a loud enough noise at the time to follow up with it. John, it's not like you or I go online and see some marauding mob of kids. Oh, they were all homeschooled, and now they're running rampant through their towns. You never see that. I mean, if anything, you hear the exact opposite about homeschooled kids.
Yeah, and if I did watch some of the testimony at the public hearing, and when you listen to some of these homeschool kids come up and read a speech that they had written, you wonder, okay, when is that young woman or man going to turn 18 so I can vote for them? Because they were so eloquent. And look, and the tragedy in New Britain is horrible, but I think we need to focus on the primary cause of that tragedy, and that was evil people who were who are the guardians of this young woman who killed her. And yes, there were DCF issues with that. And Paul, we've talked about that in the past. I'm a huge defender of DCF. It's the hardest single job in all of state government.
Yeah.
They're never going to bat 1,000. They just can't. It's impossible.
And John, I mentioned to callers here, listen, I'm in this business about 40 plus years. And I remember, John, when I got out of college, early in the mid 80s, and I started doing radio news in New Haven. And John, I was doing stories 40 years ago on DCF, back when it was called DCYS, you remember, Department of Children and Youth Services. How have we, John McKinney, how have we not fixed this in 2 generations?
Well, it's not perfect, but I will tell you, having started my service in 1999, the DCF of 2026 is much better than the DCF of the late, 2000-ish. So it has gotten a lot better. But perfect example in New Britain, they went to do a house call with the young girl. I believe the facts show that. And they said, she was out visiting family in another state, so you can Zoom call her. And they had another young girl act as if she was the girl they were trying to communicate with. So there was a lot of evil and deception in that case.
Yeah. John, also, you kind of touched on something I wanted to ask your thoughts about. School systems and the continued financial problems here. Now, some of the suburban school systems do well, others are solid, but you probably saw that story where next year the Hartford school system is $70 million in the hole already. We just had a scenario here last year in Bridgeport, $30 million. They're saying, well, costs are high, special ed costs are high, we don't get enough from the educational cost sharing grant. Do we really, John, need a clean sheet of paper approach on this? Because these stories, in my opinion, happen far too long here, and the amounts of money are ridiculous.
I would love a clean sheet of paper. I don't think that's ever going to happen. The Connecticut budget under Governor Lamont, who's been governor for 7 years, has increased funding for education. They're spending more now than they ever had. And I've never seen a study that correlates spending more money with better performance. It's not just simply about writing a check to school districts. I've always believed that the state needs to provide help, but the counterbalance is we need to be able to audit and look at and really examine what's happening in these failing school districts to find out what's going wrong, because there's no reason why a kid in Bridgeport can't be and learn just as easily as a kid right next door in Fairfield. It has nothing to do with any of those factors that we talk about. So, yes, a clean sheet. I would love to see the state get into these failing school districts and really dive deep into what's going on, how much money is spent on, administration versus actually teaching in the classroom.
John, one more thing before we wrap up here. And this thing, I read this and I said, oh, no, this really shouldn't happen. I was given a high sign on this by a few people. I guess there is a proposal, John, in Hartford, that would alter the makeup of the Regulations and Review Committee, which is a straight bipartisan committee. I think it's 7 from each party, just as kind of a gatekeeper on some of this stuff. And did I see that it would now be tilted toward whatever majority? Look, I'm no scholar in this, John, but to me, that does not sound good. I don't know. What do you think?
It's a terrible idea, Paul. There were in 1972, they established the Regulations Review Committee. Legislatures pass law. They need to implement regulations for the executive branch to follow what those laws were. That is not a political operation. It's not supposed to be partisan. It's been bipartisan since 1972. There was another committee, Program Review and Investigation, that was also bipartisan, and the Democrats several years ago just got rid of that committee. This is just a power grab that is going to make writing regulations political when it really needs to be about implementing the legislation passed by the legislature. And the executive branch needs to understand how to follow those laws.
All right. I'm sure that'll be one of the topics coming up this Sunday morning at 10 News 8. John McKinney and all the rest of the folks, the guys and the gals with the Capitol Report. John, thanks. Have a happy weekend, and we'll chat down the road. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Paul.
All right. Appreciate it. Yeah, folks, keep an eye on that. the General Assembly's Regulations and Review Committee, since its inception back in, 72, who was governor then? Tom Meskel? There have been 7 Republicans, 7 Democrats, so it's by definition bipartisan. And those 14 people would make sure that laws they passed, some of them partisan, but once they passed, they were reviewed and they were followed properly by the executive branch and the General Assembly. Well, the Democratic majority at Hartford now wants to change the makeup of the committee. They want to keep it. They don't want to blow it up. But instead of 7 and 7, I guess the idea would be to make it 8 and 6. Jeez, what an absolute shock, huh?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour Greenwich through Fairfield. The worst of the congestion is north of Norwalk Parkway. Lower Merritt is the way to go. In New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Longworth into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hampton down into the tunnel. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Sale on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Friday, sunny and milder with a high near 50. Saturday, a few showers early. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. Radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that through our Abundant Life program for homeless recovery, residents receive meals, clothing, and counseling to rebuild their lives?
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Let your donation restore hope. bridgeportrescuemission.org.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A month after the deadly shooting at a high school hockey game in Rhode Island, the team whose family members were killed has won the state championship. CBS's Michael Wallace.
Blackstone Valley senior Colin Dorgan lost his mother, brother, and grandfather in the shooting. Last night, he scored with 30 seconds left in regulation to send the game to overtime. Blackstone Valley won the championship in quadruple OT. Dorgan has no doubt his lost family members lifted the team.
I truly felt it in my heart and my soul that they're still with me.
Blackstone Valley coach Chris Labrizzi.
We won this tournament because of love.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Stocks paired their losses on Wall Street as an early spike in crude oil prices eased later in the day. The Dow closed down 204 points. The Nasdaq fell 62. If oil prices stay high, the worry is that they could cause inflation to rip higher around the world. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
WICC 600 and 95.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
It's official, the Bridgeport Islanders will be relocating. In a news release just an hour ago, the New York Islanders announced that they will be relocating the franchise to Hamilton, Ontario, for the start of the 2026-2027 season. The team began its tenure in the Park City as the Bridgeport Sound Tigers before becoming affiliated with the Islanders. New York will work with Bridgeport for a successful transition. The relocation now needs to be approved by the American Hockey League's Board of Governors. Lawmakers are considering installing speed cameras on major state highways. Guilford Democratic State Senator Christine Cohen told WTNH-TV News 8 the state was recently ranked 14th in the nation for high-speed-related fatalities.
Connecticut has some of the highest speed-related crash fatalities in the country. We're actually number 14. I have 3 children myself. I worry about them every day being out on the roadways.
The cameras would be an effort by the Transportation Committee, which Cohen chairs, to make roads safer. A bill was unanimously approved by the committee that would issue citations to drivers caught on camera going 15 miles per hour over the speed limit and issue $75 tickets. The DOT and Department of Emergency Services would work together to determine where to place the cameras. Hundreds of Connecticut residents are calling for an end to abortion. An estimated 1,500 people gathered at the state capitol in Hartford Wednesday for the annual March for Life. The event included religious groups, conservative activists, lawmakers, and students who oppose abortion. Hundreds of people were on hand for a hearing on expanding early parole. Lawmakers are considering a proposal that would allow earlier parole for people who committed crimes under the age of 26. The state eliminated life sentences without parole for people 17 or younger in 2015. In 2023, lawmakers raised the age to 21. Proponents also brought up findings in the neuroscience field showing the brain does not fully develop until the age of 25. 3 bills impacting children were passed in the legislature this week. The first bill would require homeschool families to show proof they are providing, quote, equivalent instruction to their children. But Fairfield Democratic State Representative Jennifer Leeper clarified that they're not trying to tell homeschool parents what to teach.
We're not even saying we're approving your curriculum or we're analyzing what your child's doing. We are just asking, you have to show us that you are, in fact, doing something.
A push to pass the homeschool bill was made after 2 cases of child abuse were discovered by parents who were allegedly homeschooling their children. The 2 other bills were passed by the Public Health Committee regarding vaccines. They would give the Public Health Commission more freedom to purchase vaccines, even though they are no longer recommended by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Department of Public Health Commissioner Dr. Manisha Juthani spoke about the changes.
What we have added to this particular bill is to also be informed by the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology, since pregnant populations are slightly different, and we need to think about that, and any other medical societies. So established medical groups who are evaluating this information.
The Energy and Technology Committee has advanced legislation that could alter the current proposed sale of the Aquarian Water Company to the Regional Water Authority. Aquarian is currently under the oversight of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, commonly known as PURA, which has jurisdiction over investor-owned utilities, although the proposed sale would remove that oversight. Greenwich State Senator Ryan Fazio, who is also a declared Republican candidate for governor, called for support to get this new legislation, which would retain PURA oversight, passed quickly.
The governor and the leadership of the legislature need to intervene to expedite the passage of this bill. It has broad bipartisan support, and even more people behind closed doors than publicly admit that we need this oversight and that this deal is potentially very bad for utility customers in Western Connecticut.
Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have spoken out against the sale. Attorney General William Tong recently warned about the massive increases that customers could face if the deal goes through.
That'll raise rates by almost $6 billion
and will double rates in less than 9 years. This is not in the public interest.
PURA is set to make a ruling on the sale by March 25th. Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal is refusing to support Mark Wayne Mullen as the new Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Mullen was nominated by President Trump to replace Kristi Noem. His nomination hearing was held on Wednesday. Blumenthal used his 7 minutes of questioning to ask about immigration enforcement. He told the Connecticut Mirror that he thought Mullen's answers gave a little more clarity after describing his written responses as, quote, somewhat ambiguous. A New York woman is a big winner at the Mohegan Sun Casino. On March 10th, she spent $5 to play a Whitney Houston-themed slot machine in the Casino of the Sky section of the venue. The winner, identified as Leslie O., hit the jackpot for $1.7 million. And Avello Airlines is adding new flights out of Tweed New Haven Regional Airport. The airline is adding 2 new routes to Cleveland and Indianapolis. Flights to Indianapolis will start June 18th with service on Thursdays and Sundays, while flights to Cleveland will begin on June 19th with service on Mondays and Fridays. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The worst of the congestion is north of Norwalk Parkway. Lower Merritt is the way to go. In New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Longworth into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hamden down into the tunnel. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. 7 top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Friday, sunny with a high near 50. A few early showers Saturday. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And in case you are just joining us, we had a little breaking news on something that's been alluded to and expected for about the past few months. The American Hockey League top affiliate of the New York Islanders, the Bridgeport Islanders, used to be Sound Tigers, are moving to Hamilton, Ontario for the next season. Part of a statement here from Bridgeport Mayor Joe Gannon, because invariably people say, well, now what's going to happen with the Total Mortgage Arena here? Because, you know, there's very little of any basketball there. You had 40-something nights, not counting playoffs, of hockey there. And there's a handful of concerts. So what happens? Just give you a couple of paragraphs of statement here from Mayor Joe Gannon. We thank the New York Islanders and the Oak View Group for bringing sports fans and concert goers to Bridgeport for more than 2 decades. Bridgeport earning a reputation as the arts and entertainment capital of Connecticut, and the arena has been a major part of that story, said Mayor Joe Gannon, quoting again, I'm committed to working with our state partners on a public process that will reimagine what the facility can be and how we can continue to foster Bridgeport's arts and entertainment identity. Close quote. At this time, the release wraps up here. No specific plans have been announced regarding when the public process will begin, but city leaders have begun to engage stakeholders at various levels of government, and they're committed to working together to determine a new future for the facility. All the stakeholders are committed to ensuring that the arena remains open, enhances the economic vitality of Bridgeport, and contributes to the arts and culture of the city and the region. More info about next steps for a public process will be forthcoming as details are available. All right, so there you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So, listen, you know, Connecticut, we tend to lose franchises depending upon what it is. I mean, the Hartford Yard Goats do well. UConn does well for hockey and basketball and football. You got Yale, Quinnipiac, and Sacred Heart now for hockey. The Hartford Wolfpack are actually drawing pretty well. But Fairfield County sometimes is a tough nut to get people to pay to go to stuff. You know, the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater does really well. But there, as somebody pointed out to me, we were talking about this in the hallway here at Connoisseur, not a whole lot of concerts in Bridgeport. So, you know, what they do with that, whether they try and modify the building, who knows? Dave in Brantford is here. Dave, good afternoon. How are you?
Yeah, Paul, this might take slightly longer.
Okay. All right.
It is about politics, just slightly. In Tuesday's New Haven Register, a story by Jordan Fenster on page A8 called "Connecticut Lawmakers Consider New Voting Rules."
Yes.
And one of the three, there were two bills that they're pushing. The ones most often quoted were Matt Blumenthal, a state rep out of Stamford, I believe.
Yes.
And May Flexer, a senator.
Yeah.
And plenty of additional stuff from Father Blumenthal blaming Trump because of his Real ID law for causing the need for this. So the three, I'll just go over them quickly.
Sure.
They want to allow absentee ballots submitted over the internet.
Yeah.
Number one. They want prohibit law enforcement and immigration officials without judicial warrant within 250 feet of the poll.
Yeah.
And ban guns from voting areas, distance not specified. So I think all of them are a bad idea, but I don't really want to talk about it. The other bill, and this is a really bad idea. They want to allow 17-year-olds who will turn 18 before Election Day to vote early or by absentee
That's
ballot.
what we need. A bunch of 17-year-olds who know nothing about life. But go ahead.
And so I want to do a little bit of whataboutism.
Yeah.
Is it really that important to rush their signing up to vote? What about people who are going to be 21 and can drink soon enough?
Give them a beer.
Because you want the booze on your porch delivered by Amazon for your birthday, should you really be able to do it and have it delivered on your birthday? And the other thing is, think about this. If you want a gun permit or order a gun, that takes months.
Yeah.
It's very long. Do we really think we want people too young to get a gun permit to go through the process and get the license and order the gun so it's ready to deliver on the day of their birthday? And a third thing is driver's licenses. There's an age where you get that permit.
Yes.
Do we really want 15-year-olds to sign up early so they can get that driver's license, even if it's a learner's permit? And so what I'm saying is there's a, date certain for an age. There's a reason for that. And you have to wonder, what is the legislature, what are they up to by trying to get 17-year-olds to sign up early?
Well,
I dare suggest before I hang up, they want these young kids signed up and ready to vote and maybe even submitted an absentee ballot before they graduate from high school. So all of those propaganda artists in the public schools can do their dance on those young kids' very pliable brains. And I think you let me get it all.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, Dave.
Thanks for letting me say it.
Thanks. And here's the answer as to why they do that. There is a realization now, and if you don't believe me, just go online later on when you've got your nice little adult beverage or your hot chocolate, like my people say, or your coffee, your little midnight snack. Maybe you're getting a little back rub there, a little shoulder rub. Go online and look at the projections of the House of Representatives post the 2030 census. You can go, and there's a lot of sites that are doing this now. You can go to centrist sites. You can go to far right-wing sites. You can go to progressive sites, and they all say the same thing. Even with all this gerrymandering in California and all these other states, because of the outflow of voters and residents from blue states, primarily Illinois, New York, and New Jersey, heading south to states like Texas and Florida, and heading west to Idaho. We had a woman call the other day who was moving to Idaho and the Dakotas. The blue states are losing people, and they're losing voters, and they're losing blue voters. So 17-year-old voting, come on, stop that. Even pre-register. Why does a 17-year-old have to pre-register? You know when I registered? I turned 18. Son of a gun, I went down to City Hall in New Haven. I went to either the town clerk's office or wherever I went. Hey, raise your right hand. Do you swear you are who you are? Yeah, okay, you're a registered voter. Welcome to adulthood. But no, now we got to do it at 17. Well, it's a wonder we don't have. It's a wonder we're not going to have in the womb registration.
Water damage is a nightmare. Did you know it can be avoided with water leak detection installed by Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting? Water leaks and frozen pipes can damage a home or business more than fire or burglary. Go to ppcalarms.com. Learn how a water leak detection system can be installed simply and inexpensively to automatically shut off your water main. For comprehensive security solutions for theft, water, or fire, go to ppcalarms.com. ppcalarms.com for total home security and peace of mind.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilo Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilo Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SOUND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 north, at least an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound congestion delays coming out of Greenwich and from Norwalk going through Trumbull. And on the Wilbur Cross, north and southbound, extra cars aplenty through Hamden, Woodbridge, and Orange. On 95 south out of New Haven, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your scheduled cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Friday, sunny and milder with a high near 50. Saturday, a few showers early. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Listen while you're at work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, and I just double-checked at one of these sites with the House distribution here, and this is a very progressive center. This is the Brennan Center for Justice, and they have a big analysis here. This is fascinating. You got to look at this. How states' seats in the U.S. House could change after the next census. And now they're starting to whisper this is why Joe Biden didn't do anything to stem the flow of migrants over the last year or so, because they knew they had to balance off blue state people leaving. According to the breakdown here from the Brennan Center, and again, you can find more people on the far right or on the far left. Based on the 5-year population trend, so they've projected from 2020 to 2025. So now they're going into the second 5 years, right? The state of Texas is going to gain 4 House seats. The state of Florida is going to gain 3 House seats. The state of North Carolina will gain 1 House seat. Georgia will gain 1 House seat. Arizona will gain 1. Utah will gain 1. Idaho will gain 1. California will lose 4 seats. New York State will lose 2 seats. Pennsylvania will lose 1 seat. Illinois will lose a seat. Wisconsin and Minnesota will lose a seat. Oregon will lose a seat. So there you go. So what is defined as the U.S. geographical South after the 2020 census was 155 House seats. Southern states. Now, remember, if the long-term thing is if Democrats and progressives move out of these states to the South, they're going to change those states eventually. But the projected number of seats held in the U.S. House after the 2030 census is going to go from 155 to 164. Northeastern, mainly progressive House seats are going to drop from 85 to 81. Midwestern progressive House seats going to drop from 91 to 88. The mountain area will gain 3 seats, 32 or 33 to 36. And the West, mainly California, Washington State, and Oregon, they will lose 5 seats, 71 to 66. And again, remember, the House, you don't create or eliminate seats in the U.S. House. You redistribute them. And every state has people that move in and move out. There's movement in every state, every day, every month, every year. But it's where the population is going. So to go way back and to answer, our friend Dave's question there, the push behind this early voting and early registration is that national and local Democrats, they see the trends. I'm not blaming them. I would try this stuff too. But they see the trends. In fact, I read an analysis here, not here on the show or one of these sites, but I read an analysis that if one or two of these projected trends actually pans out, this is going to drive people nuts. It could conceivably, unless there's just an earthquake in American politics, which we'll never feel because we're in blue Connecticut. But fine. See, that's what's so bad about Connecticut being blue. Not that it's blue, but nobody cares what we think. That's why you have no presidential visits here during a campaign. That's the real. I mean, even come on. Do you think Democrats worry about Connecticut? Do you think they care? No. They all parachute into Fairfield County every so often, or Litchfield County, $10,000 a head fundraiser. All right, good night, everybody. But one breakdown of this I read said that if this breaks the way the real, policy wonks think this is going to break, after the 2030 census, it could be 2 or 3 presidential cycles until Democrats can win the Electoral College again. Can you imagine? Oh, my God. The plank walkers there if that happens. Yikes. I'm going to end on this because I say this a lot, but I keep saying it a lot because it's the truth. I'm wondering, it is a horrible story here. I'm wondering why I'm tongue-in-cheek here. We know why. Where are all the pro-Palestinian people? Where are all the Hollywood types wearing their I'm pro this ribbon or ice out buttons or their ribbons for this? How about this? Iran, the Iranian government, the cancer of the earth, executes a 19-year-old champion wrestler, Saleh Mohammadi, and 2 others in public hangings. They were arrested during the crackdown on protests in January. So you got some Hollywood morons on the news channels, on the daytime shows. Who was it? Somebody said, well, being a woman in America is more dangerous than Iran. When was the last time you hit your head to say that? So in Iran, this guy, Saleh Mohammadi, a rising star from Qom, was tortured to confess to the capital crime of waging war against God. And he was executed without a trial, according to human rights groups. Okay, where are all the phony Hollywood types on this? What button are you going to wear? What ribbon are you wearing on your lapel or the butt of your dress? You don't say anything about this, do you? Oh, free Palestine. But young people getting tortured and killed by their own government. And suddenly you don't open your mouths. You know why? Because you're all a bunch of no good phonies.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 north, at least an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound congestion delays coming out of Greenwich and from Norwalk going through Trumbull. And on the Wilbur Cross, north and southbound, extra cars aplenty through Hamden, Woodbridge, and Orange. On 95 south out of New Haven, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule, cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 30. Friday, sunny with a high near 50. A few early showers Saturday. Partly sunny and milder with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hey y'all, it's your boy Gary LaVox of Rascal Flats, and it's true, we are hitting the road one more time next year, and I love traveling through Connecticut. I'm looking so forward to our show coming up in Uncasville. There are so many amazing folks there, like my friend Jonathan Carbeauty of Carbeauty and Company Realtors. If you're thinking about selling your home, you need to talk to John and his team. And hey, you can find out what your home is worth in less than 30 seconds. Just go to Carbeauty and Company Realtors website and click What's My Home Worth? It's free, it's easy, and we'll get you moving on. When you need an agent you can trust, and we'll give you the most selling options, that's Jonathan Carbeauty and Carbeauty and Company Realtors. And remember,
sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
All right, 203-333-9422 is the number, but you know what? It's too late to answer the phone, so we'll all do it tomorrow, starting bright-eyed and bushy. Actually, tomorrow morning, live here on WICC with the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program, Lisa Wexler, the download, and then you and I together back at 2.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Energy prices spiked after Israeli strike on an Iranian gas field. And as CBS's Erica Brown reports,
President Trump said that he told Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu not to strike Iran's South Pars oil field, which sparked a retaliatory attack on the world's largest liquefied natural gas terminal in Qatar.
On occasion, he'll do something, and if I don't like it, and so we're not doing that anymore.
The attacks on oil and gas facilities around the Gulf come as Iran continues to block the Strait of Hormuz.
Tom Close, a chief energy advisor for Gulf Oil, says he does not think if the war ended soon that things would return to normal quickly.
Every dollar per barrel works out to about 2.5 cents a gallon for gasoline. We're certainly going to surpass $4 a gallon in the next 3 or 4 days, perhaps in the next 2 days.
CBS News has learned that former FBI Director James Comey has been subpoenaed by federal prosecutors in Miami as part of the Justice Department's investigation into Obama-era intelligence officials. One of two sources tell CBS News that federal prosecutors have issued more than 130 subpoenas since the start of the investigation last year. Axios was the first to report the subpoenas. And as unpaid TSA workers call in sick, Houston Airports recommends passengers arrive 3 hours early for domestic flights and 4 hours early for international flights. CBS's Skylar Henry in Atlanta.
Incredibly long lines with those waiting in the main checkpoint for more than an hour. It's something that we have